Good morning. Am I audible to all of you? Right. So let us start today's session. This is in continuation of vocabulary sessions that we are having. So fill in the blanks. Fill in the blanks is the topic that hinges on vocabulary. So we will be discussing words and how to find a suitable word for a blank. Fill in the blanks. They are very common in SAP and NMAT. Sometimes they appear in CAT. Sometimes they appear in XAT. In fact, in that, consistently, every single year, they will give you at least two fill in the blanks. They give you, for the blanks, they give you words that are homonyms and homophones. So it becomes confusing for many people. But let's see, how exactly can we solve a fill in the blank question? This is something that we will discuss today. And whenever we meet subsequently, we'll take up more practice. What you need to understand, what students need to understand is that whenever any competitive exam gives you fill in the blank question, they don't just want to test you on your ability to find out words that logically and grammatically complete the meaning of a sentence. In fact, fill in the blank questions measure your ability to recognize those words or phrases that will logically, grammatically, and stylistically complete the meaning of a sentence. Now, this third part is something which many people are not aware. We all know, we all know what is logically correct. What is logically correct? When you read a sentence, if you have selected a particular option and you put that option in the blank, and when you read the sentence, it should make sense. It should be logical. For example, if you come across a sentence which says "I going stop," is that sentence going to be logical? It's not going to be logical. Similarly, we all know what is grammatically correct. Okay, we all know what is grammatically correct. If I say I have an dash. Now your options are banana and orange. What are you going to select? I have an orange or banana. You will select orange, isn't it? Why? Because you know it is grammatically correct. You know there is an article there and so as far as logically correct and grammatically correct, everybody knows what is logically correct and grammatically correct. All of us, in fact, we are very good at making things logically and grammatically correct. Okay. What is going to separate the wheat from the chaff? That means what is going to separate the average students from high scoring students is whether you have knowledge about something being stylistically correct. What is the meaning of stylistically correct? Because I will show you some questions. There are going to be some questions where all the options would be logically and grammatically correct, but you still have to mark an answer. So it will all depend on which option is stylistically correct. When I say stylistically correct means you select an option which matches the words already used in the sentence. Okay, stylistically correct means you have to select an option which has to be logically and grammatically correct also, plus it should match the words already used in the sentence. That option is going to be stylistically correct because I can show you so many cases where lots of options are logically and grammatically correct, but they're not stylistically correct. For example, now this is very important for you to understand because this is something which people don't take into account. They're only looking for options that are logically and grammatically correct. Logically and grammatically correct. Let me show you an example here. This question says the pressure of population on available resources is the key to understand history. Consequently, any historical writing that takes no cognizance of dash facts is intrinsically flawed. If I only go by logic and grammar, Option number 1 is also correct. Option number 2 is also correct. Option number 3 is also correct. Any historical writing that takes no cognizance of suitable facts, pertinent facts, demographic facts, social facts, political facts, all the options are logically and grammatically correct. But there still has to be one answer. Okay, there still has to be one answer. So let us understand what this passage is saying. This passage is saying that if you want to understand history, the key to understand history is to understand population pressure. If you don't understand population pressure, you will not understand history. That is why any historical writing, that is, any history that does not take into account, it takes no cognizance of, means it does not take into account dash facts. What facts? What facts did he discuss in this passage? He's telling you if you want to understand history, the key is to understand population. Absolutely. So any historical writing that does not take into account population facts, facts related to population. Exactly. Any historical writing that does not take into account or takes no cognizance of population facts, it is intrinsically flawed. So now what I have to do? I just have to find out a synonym for population. Which word is a synonym for population? It is demographic. It becomes very simple. But if you plug in option number 1, any historical writing that takes no cognizance of suitable facts is intrinsically flawed. There's nothing wrong here. It's logically correct, it's grammatically correct. Pertinent also is right. Any historical writing that takes no cognizance of pertinent facts is intrinsically flawed. Pertinent means relevant, important. So that is also right, logically and grammatically. But still, we come to the answer demographic. I hope you understand how we came to demographic. Yes? Okay. I'll show you one more example. I'll show you one more example. And in fact, in the course of time, we are going to see so many other questions like this. Consider the universal cannibalism of the sea, all of whose creatures dash one another. Okay. Now, what is the question telling us? Consider the universal cannibalism of the sea. Cannibalism of the sea means in the sea, all the creatures are cannibals. There is universal cannibalism. All the creatures are cannibals. Who are cannibals? Cannibals? Anybody? Who are cannibals? Flesh eating, cannibals, absolutely. People who eat humans, yes, flesh eating. So all the animals, okay, all the animals in the sea, they are cannibals. All the creatures, they dash one another. Okay. All the creatures in the sea, they will dash one another. Now, logically, if you see, because because I can be eaten by anyone, then logically I will hide from the other person. Logically, this is correct. Grammatically, also correct. Logically, because I am a non-veg and I can eat, I would like to eat other species, then I will ferret out other creatures. Yes, that is also right. Ferret out means search for. Search for. Okay, ferret out means to search for, to bring out of hiding. I would like to bring out of hiding those species so that I can eat them. Okay, so ferret out means bring out of hiding. You must have heard some terrorists are holed up in a particular building, and the army is trying to ferret them out. The key word over here, because he's using the word cannibalism, and cannibals, what do? They eat. Okay, so we need a word over here. We need a word over here that means eat. All of whose creatures eat one another. The word closest to eat is prey on. Yes, all of them compete against one another for food. That is also logically and grammatically correct. They may or may not glide amongst one another. That is not very certain. But if you only go by logic and grammar, then four options are right. Hide from is also right. Ferret out is also right. Compete against is also right. They compete against one another for food. What is wrong? Nothing wrong. They hide from one another because they don't want to be eaten. There's nothing wrong. They ferret out one another. They search for one another because they want to eat one another. That's also right. So if you only go by logic and grammar, then you will be in trouble. Always pay attention to stylistically correct also. Okay. And I've told you what is the meaning of stylistically correct. You select an option which matches the words already used in the sentence. That is stylistically correct. Did you understand? Anybody has any issue here? Okay. Yes, it's always true, Jatin. It's always true. Okay. Now, when we see a fill in the blanks question, then what are the things that we should do to come to our answer? What are the things that we should do? Let's take a look at these steps. Number one, it is very important that you read through the sentence to get an overall sense of it. Now, this looks like a very innocuous statement. Everybody knows that we have to read through the sentence to get an overall sense of it. But believe me when I tell you that there are going to be questions where half of the students will not understand what that sentence is saying. If you don't understand what that sentence is saying, how will you find an answer? So please read the sentence slowly. Okay? Break it up, paraphrase it. Sentences, many times they will be written in a very complex way. It's your job to simplify it, paraphrase it so that you understand what that sentence is trying to say. Getting an overall sense of the sentence is half the battle won. Because no matter how many words you know, I will show you some questions where all the options are very easy. But because you don't understand the sentence, then what happens? You don't know what should be the answer. So it's important that you read the sentence slowly, you paraphrase it, so that you really understand what that sentence is trying to say. Okay. And also, please do not first look at the options. Many people, they look at an option and they would try to plug they would plug one option after the other and read the sentence through. Okay, that is always a very dangerous proposition. That is always a dangerous proposition. Why? Because if you think option number B is right, if you think option number B is right and you plug in option number B in the blank, you will start interpreting the sentence in such a way that it will make option number B look correct. So it is my advice to you that initially do not look at the options. Options are not required. You can answer the question on the basis of what is there in the sentence. So read the sentence carefully to get an overall sense of it. In every sentence, there is going to be some kind of indication. What are you going to do? What kind of word is going to come in the blank? Okay. When you read sentences, pay attention. Pay attention to some words or phrases that are significant. Just like when you drive on the road. When you drive on the road, there are road signs. There are road signs which tell you what to do. For example, if you are coming from this direction and the road sign tells you to continue, you continue in the same direction. Sometimes you are coming from this direction, the road sign tells you to take a turn. You turn towards the right or the left or you make a U-turn. So you change the direction of your journey. Similarly, in sentences, there are words or phrases that will tell you what to do next. There are words that can indicate whether the author is now going to draw a contrast with something he stated previously or he is going to support something stated previously. For example, if I say he is intelligent, he is clever, let's say, he is clever and dash. The one thing is certain that the word in the blank has to be a positive word, isn't it? That is certain. How do you know that? Because of the word and before the word and there is a positive word. The word and is a support sign. The word and is a word that tells you that you need to continue the sentence in the same direction. If you were talking positive earlier, you will continue talking positive now. If you were talking negative earlier, you will continue talking negative now. So you need to pay attention. You need to pay attention to these words some support words or contrast words. I'll show you some examples over here. What are words? What are words which ask you to continue the sentence in the same direction? These words are called support signs or indicators. Okay, some of them. If this is not an exhaustive list. Some of them are here. Words like and, similarly, in addition, since, also, thus, because, likewise, therefore, as surely as, parallel, for, in that. All these, all these are words that ask you to continue the sentence in the same direction. So if you were talking positive earlier, you will continue talking. You will continue to talk positive, or the other way around. Okay. Just like you have words which ask you to continue the sentence in the same direction, you also have words which ask you to now change direction. These words are called contrast signs. Okay, these words are called contrast signs. If I say he is clever, but the word but is the most commonly used contrast sign. These signs make one part of the sentence contradict another part. There are many contrast signs. Some of them, this is again not an exhaustive list. Some of them are here, but, despite, yet, however, unless, rather, although, while, unfortunately, nonetheless, odd enough, strangely, paradoxically, surprising, puzzling, and ironical. All these are contrast signs. I'll show you some examples. I'll show you some examples with these indicators. Let's see how they work. Any issue till now? Anyone? Okay, so let's take a look at these indicators here. You can see if I say the winning argument was dash and persuasive. After the word and, I have a positive word here. And is a support indicator, which means I have continued the sentence in the same direction. I will need a positive word here in the blank. From the two options, cogent and flawed, which one is positive? It is cogent. But the same sentence, when I say the winning argument was dash but persuasive. Now the word but is a contrast. So if this is positive, over here it must have been negative. So the answer is going to be flawed. Okay. This is a very simple one. I'll show you some more. The play script lacked depth and maturity. Likewise, the acting was altogether dash. The word likewise tells me that the sentence continues in the same direction. So before the word likewise, do I talk positive or negative about the play script? I'm all negative. I'm all negative about the play script because I'm saying that the play script has neither depth nor maturity. Likewise, the acting also is negative. From the two options, sublime and amateurish, which one is negative word? Amateurish. It is childish. Sublime. What is the meaning of sublime? Sublime means of very high quality. If something is sublime, it is of very, very high quality. Okay, of very high quality. Sublime performance of, let's say, Amitabh Bachchan. Very high quality performance of Amitabh Bachchan. That is sublime. Okay, one more example here. You can check. The populace dashed the introduction of the new taxes since they had voted for them overwhelmingly. Since means because they, that means the people, had voted for these taxes overwhelmingly, that means willingly, very excitedly they had voted for these taxes. What are they going to do when these taxes would be introduced? What will they do? Will they applaud or will they despise? the word since. The people are very positive towards these taxes. No, Avinash, not despise, because despise means hate, hate or dislike. The people are very positive towards these taxes. Okay, people, they have voted for these taxes overwhelmingly. So that means they are going to applaud it. They are going to be very positive towards these taxes. Okay, did you understand? Yeah, people hate taxes. That is what we commonly believe. But we'll go. We are going to keep our outside information outside. In this sentence, he's telling us that the people had voted for the taxes overwhelmingly. So we are going to stay with the with with whatever is stated in the question over here. Let us not bring our opinions over here. Okay. So these are some examples. These are some examples. Some more over here you can see. Scientists have claimed that the dinosaurs became extinct in a single dramatic event. Yet, so whatever is stated before yet, now the opposite is going to happen. Yet, new evidence suggests a dash decline. So scientists claim that dinosaurs became extinct in a single dramatic event. Yet, new evidence suggests that this decline was not dramatic, it was not single. Okay, it did not happen overnight. It was gradual. It was gradual. Headlong means hurried. When you do something in a headlong way, it is hurried, hasty. So it did not happen in a hurry. In fact, headlong, if you use the word headlong, then you actually are supporting the first part of the sentence. But the indicator over here is a contrast indicator. It has to be gradual. Gradual means slowly. Gradual means slowly. Okay. So these examples will give you an idea of how exactly these indicators work. Over here, whatever sentences I have shown you, they are pretty simple. Things are going to be much difficult there. But this is just to make you understand the difference between contrast signs and support signs. There is another very important thing that you need to pay attention to, and that is appositions. Pay attention to appositions. Okay, in fill in the blanks, pay attention to appositions. What exactly is an apposition? I will explain this with the help of an example. See, if I write something like this, can you all see this? He is very dash, having the courage of a lion. Can you tell me what kind of word will come in the blank? Immediately you know that the word that is going to come in the blank is a word like brave. How do you know? How do you know that the word is brave? Because you read this, having the courage of a lion. See what happens. We say that two sentences are in apposition when they are placed. When these two parts, this is the first part and this is the second part, they are placed next to each other. Excuse me. They are placed next to each other. They are separated by a comma, colon, semicolon, or a hyphen. One of them, one of them give you, will tell you what is going to be in the blank. One of them is going to be complete. One of them is going to be complete. One of them is going to be the code that you need to break in order to find out what kind of word is going to come in the blank. So unless you understand what is the meaning of having the courage of a lion, you will not know that in the blank you need a word brave. So this we say that this part which is complete, it is the appositional phrase. It is the appositional phrase. Appositional phrases are like codes. They are like codes. You break the code and you will immediately know what kind of word is going to come in the blank. It is not necessary that the second one is always going to be the appositional phrase. Sometimes the very first one also can be the appositional phrase. It's possible. For example, if I say he is very rich. Never short of dash. He is very rich. Never short of dash. You know it's going to be words like money and funds. Yes or no? How do you know that? These are two sentences. These are two parts. This one, the first part is the apposition phrase. Okay? The first one is the appositional phrase. It's the code. You break this code and immediately you come to know that what you need in the blank. You will immediately come to know what kind of word you need in the blank. Over here, I have shown you some simplified examples. But when you actually see the questions, then the appositional phrases can be complex. But you will not be able to answer the question unless you understand the appositional phrase. I'll show you some examples. Okay, so as far as definitions are concerned, what exactly is an appositional phrase? Let's see. I told you to pay attention to appositions. He tells us that words or phrases in apposition, they are placed next to each other. And one word or phrase will define, it will clarify, or it will give you evidence to the other word or phrase. So it is like a code. You break that code, immediately you come to know what is going to be the word in the blank. The second word or phrase is going to be set off from the first by a comma, semicolon, hyphen. All these symbols can be used. For example, over here, during the opera's most famous aria, the tempo chosen by the orchestra conductor seemed dash, without necessary relation to what had gone before. Okay. Now he tells us when the opera's aria is a solo song. Aria is a solo song in an opera. Opera, we all know, is musical drama. I hope you know this. Opera is musical drama. There is going to be acting on the stage set to music. People will be acting and music will be playing. That is opera. So during the opera's most famous aria, the tempo that was chosen by the orchestra's conductor, it seemed dash. So the tempo is, what kind of a tempo is it? Without necessary relation to what had gone before. So what is the apposition phrase over here? Apposition phrase is without necessary relation to what had gone before. So a word, we need a word in the blank, which means it is not like what it was earlier. It is not what it was earlier, that there are some changes. Okay, the word which means that it is not like the earlier tempo, it has changed. That word is capricious. Absolutely, that word is capricious. Capricious means it changes. If something is capricious, it changes. It cannot be tedious because tedious means tiring. It cannot be melodious. Melodious means it is sonorous, it is dulcet, it's sweet sounding. Melodious means it is dulcet, it is sonorous. That means it is sweet sounding. That is not what he's saying. He's saying that the tempo has changed. It has no relation to what had gone before. So the word which means change is capricious. Capricious, we all know, if somebody or something is capricious, it changes. It does not remain the same. So immediately we come to our answer. Our answer is capricious. Did you understand? Anybody has any doubt here? Okay. So now I want you to try this. Which apposition phrase defines the missing word in the following sentence? Let's take a look. As Vanita argued, this new code of conduct is laughable. Its principles are either dash, offering no wisdom but the obvious, or so devoid of specific advice as to make almost any action justifiable. Where is the apposition phrase? The apposition phrase is offering no wisdom but the obvious, isn't it? This is the apposition phrase. So they are discussing the new code of conduct. They are discussing the new code of conduct, and Juanita is saying that this new code of conduct, it is laughable. Why? Because its principles are dash. The principles are such that they offer no wisdom but the obvious. You need a word which means offer no wisdom but the obvious. The principles are such that it is devoid of any specific advice. There is no specific advice given in the principles, and that is why almost everything is justifiable. It does not specifically tell you what to do and what not to do, so you can do whatever you want to do. This is the second part. But the first part says the principles are such that they offer no wisdom but the obvious. Offer no wisdom but the obvious means what? Labyrinthine, no, Avinash. What is the meaning of offering no wisdom but the obvious? Number C. Very good. Yes, it is easy to understand. No, it's not easy to understand. Offering no wisdom but the obvious means you tell me nothing new. You tell me those things which I already know. So you offer me no wisdom. You don't make me wiser. You offer me no wisdom, but you are just telling me what I already know. So you are repeating something. You are telling me something that I already know. Okay. Labyrinthine is not laughable. No, I'm coming to that. Please wait. So when you say that somebody is offering no wisdom but the obvious, that means they are saying something which you already know, which you have known for long. There is nothing new in it. It does not make you wiser. So what is the word which means you are saying the same thing which everybody knows? The same thing which everybody knows. There's nothing new in it. That word is platitudinous. Platitudinous means it's like a cliche. You must have heard cliche. If something is platitudinous, it is like a cliche. You already know about it. It's obvious. So there's nothing to discuss. It cannot be irresolute. Irresolute means not determined. Irresolute means you are not determined. You have no determination. Corroborative means strengthening. If something is corroborative, it is strengthening you. That is not the kind of word we need. Homogeneous means uniform. That is also not the kind of word we need. Labyrinthine means like a maze. Like a maze. It comes from the word labyrinth. Labyrinth. Labyrinth means like a maze. Okay, it is not laughable, Jatin. Labyrinthine does not mean laughable. It means like a labyrinth. Labyrinth is nothing but a maze. So what is going to be the answer? The answer is going to be platitudinous. The principles are platitudinous. Why is he calling it platitudinous? Because they don't offer you any wisdom, but they just tell you things which you already know. The word platitudinous, when you look at this word, the noun, this is an adjective. The noun form is platitude. Platitude, if you say something is platitude, that means it is very commonplace. You know it already, therefore it is not interesting. In fact, you have used it or you know about it since so long that it has become dull with use. There's no excitement left about it. It's something that you already know. There are so many synonyms of platitude. So many. It is banal, it is trite, it is cliched, it's prosaic, it's bromide, it's hackneyed, pedestrian, vapid, humdrum, threadbare, all these are synonyms. All these are synonyms for cliche. Something is cliche. Did you get this? Okay. Despite claims that his philosophy can be traced to dash source, the philosophy in fact draws liberally on several traditions and methodologies, and so could justifiably be termed dash. Now, what is going to happen? Despite is a contrast sign. Even though you claim this philosophy comes from X source, the philosophy in fact draws liberally on several traditions and methodologies. So the reality is that there are several sources, not one. That means you claim that there is one source. Over here, you need a word like one. Even though you claim that this philosophy comes from one source. So your answer can be a particular source or a single source. It cannot be schematic, dominant, and authoritative. You claim that this philosophy can be traced to dash source. Okay? But the reality is that this philosophy comes from several sources. So you need an antonym of several. Antonym of several is either particular or single. Now, because this philosophy comes from several traditions and methodologies, it can justifiably be termed dash. This is an apposition. Because it draws liberally, it comes liberally from many sources. If something comes from many sources, then what is it called? If something comes from many sources, what is it called? For the first blank, we know our answer is either going to be particular or single. For the second blank, we need a word which means it comes from many sources. Is consistent the word? Does consistent mean it comes from many sources? No, it does not. So, what would be the answer? Answer should be eclectic. Why is the answer eclectic? What is the meaning of eclectic? See, you can see over here. In the first blank, we need a word which is opposite of several. Opposite of several means it is either particular or single. And because it comes from many sources, this part is an apposition. In fact, it draws liberally on several traditions and methodologies, and so could justifiably be termed X. So anything that comes from multiple sources, it is called eclectic. Okay, did you understand? Please take a look. It is derivative. It is derivative in the first blank. Yeah, but in the first blank, you don't need a word like authoritative. Yes, it can be derivative, but it cannot be authoritative. Again, you are trying to make it logically and grammatically correct and not stylistically correct. Over here, because he's used the word several, you need an antonym of several. Antonym of several is not authoritative. Okay. And by the way, if something comes from multiple sources, is it called derivative? No. Derivative means it is derived from. It's possible it can be from one single source. So it is not necessary that if something is derivative, it will always come from many sources. So I have a problem with derivative also. But yes, if something comes from many sources, it's certain that it is eclectic. Next one, inspired interim responses to the hitherto unknown problems. New Deal economic stratagems became dash as a result of bureaucratization. Their flexibility and adaptability destroyed by their transformation into rigid policies. Where is the opposition? How, what kind, what does the New Deal economic stratagems become? As a result of bureaucratization, this is the opposition. they become inflexible. Their flexibility and adaptability is destroyed. They are transformed into rigid policies. So the apposition is here. The economic stratagems, they are no longer flexible and adaptable. They become transformed into rigid policies. So you need a word which means that they become rigid. They lose their flexibility and adaptability. Which word means becoming rigid? Streamline. Streamline does not mean rigid. Streamline means it becomes structured. Streamline means it becomes structured. If something is structured, that does not mean that it's rigid. No. Streamline means it is structured. Structured does not mean it is very rigid. I can be flexible in my structure also. No, streamline is not right. Answer for this question is ossified. Why? If something is ossified, it is rigid. Ossified means rigid. This word actually comes from OSS system. OSS is actually our bones. Just like our bones are rigid, okay, just like our bones are rigid, similarly, if something becomes ossified, it becomes rigid like the bones. Remember this word, ossified. Okay. Now, Venkat, you are saying ungovernable. They become ungovernable. Okay. Logically and grammatically, it is right. But if something loses its flexibility and adaptability, does it mean that it is ungovernable? Not necessarily. Again, you're only focusing on trying to make options logically and grammatically correct and not stylistically correct. Over here, you are telling me, over here, this sentence is telling me that the flexibility and adaptability is destroyed. It is transformed into rigid policies. So if something is inflexible and rigid, does it automatically mean that it is ungovernable? No, it does not. Okay. Please check and let me know if you have any doubt. Till now, anybody has any issue? So I was discussing appositions. The first thing we discussed is we are going to make the sentences correct logically, grammatically, and stylistically. We are going to read the sentence to get an overall sense of it. We are going to take a look at support and contrast indicators. We will pay attention to appositions. Based on all this, before we look at the options, we'll try to find out what kind of word should come in the blank. Even if I don't see all these options, okay, even if I don't take a look at all these options, one thing is certain that I need a word over here in the blank which means rigid, something like rigid. So on the basis of everything we have discussed, the next step would be to actually plug in a likely word of your own. You should try to plug in a likely word of your own in the blank. If not the exact word, at least you should know whether the word is negative, positive, or neutral. And you should do all this before you look at the options. How will you come to know what kind of word should come in the blank? It is going to be based on the indicators. It is going to be based on apposition. Then, once you have decided that, okay, this is the kind of word, I need a word here which means something like brave, then you will see if similar words are offered among the answer choices. I told you that people who first look at the options and then they decide what should be the answer, they will never be successful in fill in the blanks. Never. And they will keep wondering what happened. What is it that is wrong? Why is it that I cannot solve fill in the blanks? I told you it is because subconsciously, you message your mind that option number B looks very good. Okay, you will start interpreting the sentence in such a way that option number B will start looking good. So don't look at the options. First, analyze the sentence, break it up, look for appositions, look for other words that are crucial, and based on that, then you can take a look at the options. It should not be the other way around. Okay. Once you have selected an answer, plug it in the blank and double check. Double check. Okay, check to make sure that the sentence that you're reading is logically, grammatically, and stylistically correct. So look at it from all the three angles. It should not just be logically and grammatically correct, but also stylistically correct. I've already told you what is the meaning of stylistically correct. Till now, anybody has any issue? Okay. So let us take a look at some questions over here. We'll try to apply whatever we have learned till now. Question number one. For some time now, dash has been presumed not to exist. The cynical conviction that everybody has an angle is considered wisdom. Can you tell me what kind of word should come in the blank? I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay. All of you have marked D? All of you have marked D. Okay. What I have three responses here. What about others? What is the meaning of disinterestedness? What do you understand by the term disinterestedness? Unbiased. Very good. Very good. Yes. Okay. So let's take a look at this question. It says, for some time now, X has been presumed not to exist. Okay. So we believe X does not exist. That is what we know. Then he says, the cynical conviction that everybody has an angle is considered wisdom. If something is considered wisdom, that means it is widely believed. If something is considered wisdom, it is widely believed. Okay. So what is widely believed? It is widely believed. The conviction that we have, conviction means belief, and our belief is cynical. Cynical means we are always doubtful. We are always doubtful. We are always skeptical. We are always skeptical of other people's intention. If somebody is helping you, you will probably say to yourself, "Why is this guy helping me? What does he want from me?" This is the kind of belief that we have. This belief is widespread. We believe that everybody has an angle. Everybody has an angle means we believe that people look at things from their own perspective. Whenever people do anything, they always bring in their angles into it. They look at things from their perspective. That means we believe that people act in a selfish way. Okay? We believe that people act in a selfish way. Everybody has an angle means they're looking out for themselves. They look at things from their perspective. This is the belief which is widespread. So, what kind of belief is widespread? The belief that every other person, whenever he or she does anything, he actually does it with a selfish motive. This is the belief which is widespread. If this belief is widespread, what does not exist? The opposite. What does not exist? The belief that there can be someone who does not have an angle. There can be someone who is not selfish. There can be someone who is selfless. Selfless is the antonym of selfish. Okay. So if let's say affluence is widespread, affluence, if it is widespread, everybody is rich, then what does not exist? Indigence does not exist, poverty does not exist, privation does not exist. The opposite does not exist. Similarly, if everywhere the belief exists that people are selfish, then what does not exist? The belief that there are some people who are selfless. The belief that there are some people who do not look at things from their own angle, they actually look at things from a very, very neutral perspective. We need a word in the blank which means selfless. Okay? Does rationality mean selfless? No. Does flexibility mean selfless? No. Does diffidence mean selfless? No. Diffidence is shyness, lack of confidence. Okay? Shyness, lack of confidence, that is diffidence. So it cannot be your answer. Does interestedness mean selfless? Yes. Disinterested means you are neutral, you are completely fair, you are even handed, you are selfless. You don't look at your personal gains. That is disinterestedness. So this can be the answer. This is the kind of word we want. We don't need a word like insincerity. Okay. So answer for this question is disinterestedness. Please don't confuse disinterestedness with another word, uninterested. If you are not interested in something, the word that you need to use is uninterested. Uninterested means not interested. Disinterested means you are even handed. You treat everybody equal. You are selfless. You don't look at things from your own perspective. You're very objective. For example, judges. The judges of the court, they have to be disinterested. Okay? They only look at the evidence. They don't look at the person, whether he's rich or poor, whether he's powerful or not powerful. They just have to look at the evidence, and on basis of that evidence, they have to decide whether somebody is guilty or not guilty. So the judges have to be disinterested. They have to be completely fair, neutral. Answer for this question is going to be D. Did you understand why? So this was the apposition, and the answer comes to disinterestedness. If anybody has any issue, ask. Next one. Rumors embroidered with detail live on for years, neither denied nor confirmed, until they become accepted as facts, even among people not known for their dash. What do you think? What should be the answer? It tells us that rumors, when you give a lot of details, when you put a lot of details in rumors, the rumors they live on for years. They don't die down. Rumors live on for years. In fact, nobody denies, nobody confirms whether it's right or wrong. So rumors go on living until they become accepted as a fact. People start believing it's a fact. In fact, even those people who are not known for their dash, that means who do not easily start believing anything, even those people who don't easily believe things, they also start believing these rumors because these rumors have lived for a number of years. They are neither denied nor confirmed, and they become accepted as fact, even among those people who normally do not easily believe anything. So the word in the blank that you need is something like you don't easily believe something, even by those people who don't easily believe something. That word is not introspection. Introspection is looking inside yourself. That word is, if you don't easily believe something, that means you are not known for your credulity. 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 If you are not known for your credulity, means you don't easily believe anything. Okay. If you are credulous, remember, if you are credulous, you easily believe anything. You easily believe anything. There is another word for it. You are gullible. Yes. you are gullible. Okay, you easily believe anything. But if you are not known for your credibility, that means you don't easily believe anything. That is why answer for this question is going to be E. Okay. Third, the painting was larger than it appeared to be. For hanging in a darkened recess of the chapel, it was dashed by the perspective. What do you think? Anybody has any answer? The painting was larger than it appeared to be. So how does it appear to be? How does it appear? It tells you the painting was larger than it appears to be. So it appears smaller. It looks small. Yes or no? But in reality, it's larger. It is larger than it appeared to be. So it appears to be small. Why does it appear to be small? For. For means because. The reason is this painting is hanging in a darkened recess of the chapel. It was dashed by the perspective, right? So there's a chapel. Chapel is a church. In the church, there's a darkened recess. Recess means a gap in the wall. There's a gap in the wall in which we normally hang some paintings and all. So there is a recess, and this recess is all dark, and this painting is hanging in the dark recess. So when you look at this painting, it seems smaller. The word that we need is smaller. That is why when you look at this painting, it looks smaller. But the reality is that this painting is larger than it appears to be. So what kind of word you need? You need a word which means smaller. You don't need a word aggrandized because aggrandized means increased. Do you need a word increased? No. You need a word decreased, made smaller. Embellished means decorated. Jeopardize means put in danger. So what is going to be the answer? It was diminished by the perspective. Absolutely. Answer for this question is going to be it was diminished by the perspective. So even though the painting appears smaller, the fact is it is larger. Why does it appear smaller? Why does it appear smaller? Because it is hanging in a darkened recess of the chapel. Okay. Madhur, see, he's saying the painting was larger than it appeared to be. So how does it appear to be? It appears to be small. It looks small, but the reality is that this painting is larger. For question is why does it look small? Because it is hanging in a darkened recess of the chapel. You know what's a recess? Recess is, we all know interval, but recess also is a recess in the wall, a gap in the wall. A gap in the wall. Chasm is a crack. Madhur, chasm is a crack. It's not a gap. Yes, in a sense, chasm and recess are same, but this is more like a crack in the wall. Recess and alcoves are gaps in the wall. They can be deliberate also. Some people they have recesses in the drawing rooms, and in those recesses they have they have put up some paintings. That there are some lights there. So it is hanging in a darkened recess of the chapel, and that is why it looks when you look at it by the perspective, what does it appear? It appears smaller. So the word closest to smaller is diminished. Okay. Next one. Queen Elizabeth I has quite correctly been called a dash of the arts because many young artists received her patronage. What do you think? Which word will come in the blank? Anyone? Number D. Okay, number D. You're saying skirts. Okay, some people are saying trend. Okay. Now what happens here? What did Queen Elizabeth do? Queen Elizabeth, she supported. Patronage means support. Queen Elizabeth has supported many young artists. She has supported many young artists. If she has supported many young artists, does she automatically become an expert in the arts? If I support the Indian cricket team, do I automatically become an expert in cricket? No. Number A is not right. Okay. Scourge is a troublemaker. Scourge is a troublemaker. So if Queen Elizabeth is supporting the artists, is she a troublemaker? No. If you support if you support the artist, are you a judge? No. If you support somebody, are you that person's critic? No. One thing is for sure, if you support someone, then you are a friend. So answer for this question is number C. So Queen Elizabeth I has quite correctly been called a friend of the arts. Why? Because many young artists received her patronage. So one thing is certain that she's a friend of the arts. That is why she's giving her support to the artists. That is certain. Whether she is a connoisseur or not, we cannot say with certainty. But when you give your support to someone, that means you are that person's friend. Answer for this question is going to be C. Okay? Did you understand? Right. Next one. And then I'll give you some practice questions. We realized that John was still young and impressionable, but were nevertheless surprised at his death. So we realized, what do we know? We know that John is a very young guy and a very impressionable guy. He's young, innocent, sweet like a child. That we already know. But we were nevertheless surprised at his death. So this is just like saying, I already know that this guy is stupid, but I'm still surprised when he shows stupidity. I should not be surprised. Why? Because I already know he's stupid. So we already know that John is young and impressionable. So when he shows the same thing, we are still surprised. You need a word over here which means young and impressionable. Okay? You need a word here which means young and impressionable. That word is naive. So we realize, we know that John is young and impressionable, but were nevertheless surprised at his naivete. You should not have been surprised because you already know. Answer for this question is going to be A and not D. D is the opposite. If you have ingeniousness, you are innovative. You are innovative. This is the opposite. Did you understand why we came to the answer naivete? Anybody has doubt here? But one nevertheless, this is just like saying two minuses make a plus. Two minuses make a plus, isn't it? These are two contrast signs. So these two contrast signs They actually stop being contrast signs now. They actually become a support sign. They cut out each other, so they have no impact. Naive means innocent, yes, innocent, innocent, impressionable, like a child, childlike. It comes from the word naive. It comes from the word naive. You know naive? All of you know naive? Naive means simple, innocence, childlike. Okay? Okay. So I would like to show you some questions now. Wait. You will have to solve these questions on your own. This is an exercise number one. We'll start with the first five questions. Question one, two, three, four, and five. Over here, I've tried to give you two blank questions. Let's see what you can do. Question number one to question number five. Please try to solve this. I'll give you around 10 to 15 minutes. I'll give you the rights also to move to the next page. Okay? All of you can navigate, you can check. People who have joined through a mobile device, you will not be able to navigate. You will have to switch to a laptop or a desktop. If you don't have access to a laptop or a desktop, then you can stay put. After 15 minutes, when we start the discussion, then you can see what are going to be the answers. Please start. Question 1 to 5. Okay, let's check. Let's take a look at question 1 to 5. He says, the dash with which the French aristocracy greeted the middle class Rousseau was all the more dash because he showed so little respect for them. So we know that Rousseau was a middle class guy, and they're talking about the treatment that was meted out to Rousseau by the French aristocracy. Okay, what do we know? We know that he means Rousseau. Rousseau showed so little respect for them. That means Rousseau showed very little respect for them. Them means the aristocrats. This means when he says the dash with which the French aristocracy greeted the middle class Rousseau. So even though there can be millions of possibilities in the first client, but because he's talking about respect, so over here the word should be respect. He's talking about the respect shown by Rousseau to the French aristocracy and vice versa. The respect shown by the French aristocracy to Rousseau. The respect with which the French aristocracy greeted the middle class Rousseau was all the more dash because he showed so little respect for them. So it was all the more surprising. Why it is surprising? The surprising fact is that the aristocracy is showing him a lot of respect, but in turn he is not showing any respect to them. The words closest to respect and surprising, they are deference and remarkable. Absolutely. Number A should be the answer. If you only look at it grammatically and logically, then there are millions of possibilities in the first line. But this sentence was about showing respect. So we need a word like respect, and respect means deference. Answer is A for question number one. Anybody has issues? Ask. Number two, question number two. In response to the follies of today's commercial and political worlds, the author does not dash inflamed indignation. Immediately, the word that comes to my mind is show. Okay, the author does not show in the inflamed indignation. When the author looks at today's commercial and political worlds, when he see the faults, when he see the faults in today's world, the author does not show anger. Inflamed indignation means anger. The author does not, shout out, or author does not, become angry. He does not show anger, but rather dash the detachment and smooth aphoristic prose. of an 18th century wit. So what does he try to show to you? But rather he shows that he is detached. He's not concerned. And just like an 18th century wit, just like a comedian who is, who will pass small, who will pass witty statements to show that, oh, nothing is happening to me. I'm so detached. Both the words, both the words should mean so. Display is all right, but rails at means to express anger. When you rail at somebody or something, you are expressing your anger. So it cannot be right. It cannot be right. Answer for this question is number D. Number D. Author does not express inflamed indignation, but rather he affects. The word affects, remember, I think I have, even if I've not discussed with you, remember the word affects means pretends. The word affects also means pretend. One meaning of the word affect is how something has impacted you. How something has impacted you, right? But affect also means to pretend. If you affect illness, that means you pretend to be ill. To pretend to feign, Fein, Feign, feign. You affect ignorance. If you affect ignorance, you pretend that you are ignorant. That is how the word affects work. So he's pretending. He's showing to you that he is detached. He does not show any anger, but rather, what does he show to you? That he is detached and he is not concerned. Number D should be the answer for question number 2. Okay. What is the meaning of spurn? Spurn means to reject. If you spurn somebody's offer, you reject somebody's offer. So spurn also is not right. Disdain, yeah, kind of disdain, yes. If you spurn, you show disdain. Disdain is more in the sense of you feel that somebody is inferior to you. Question number 3. The imposter syndrome often afflicts those who fear that true self-disclosure will lower them in others' esteem. Rightly handled, however, dash may actually dash one's standing. So what is he trying to tell us? Those people are affected by the imposter syndrome who think that if they disclose their true selves, then they will come down in the other people's esteems. So many people try to hide their true selves. They try to hide their true selves. When they are with other people, when they're in public, they try to pretend. These people have imposter syndrome. They try to be somebody who they are not. They try to hide their true self because they think that if they show their true self, then they will not be respected. The author says, rightly handled, however, now this is a contrast line. However, if you handle it rightly, dash may actually dash one standing. So one standing means esteem. Because we have the word however, that means instead of lowering, it will actually increase your standing. It will actually increase your standing. What will increase your standing? True self-disclosure. You think that if you truly disclose yourself, it is going to lower your esteem. But if you handle it properly, then true self-disclosure will actually increase your standing. So you need a word in the first blank which means true self-disclosure. You actually truly disclose yourself, that is candor. Candor means frankness, truthfulness, and enhance means increase. Answer should be number D. Number C is not right. Affectation. Affectation, like the word affects, affectation means pretension. It means pretension. We don't need a word like pretension over here. We need a word which says, if you truly disclose yourself, that means if you show candor, if you show frankness and truthfulness, it will actually enhance your standing. Answer for question number 3 is D. Okay. Number 4. To have true disciples, a thinker must not be too dash. Any effective intellectual leader depends on the ability of other people to dash thought processes that did not originate with them. Okay. So if you want to be if you want to be a leader, that will depend on the ability of other people to dash thought processes that did not originate with them. That means if you want to be a leader, remember you will be a leader only when people are ready to copy. People are ready to copy those ideas. They are ready to they copy, they follow, they understand. Only when people follow, understand, or copy those ideas that did not originate with them, but with the leader, only then they are going to follow someone. That is why. That is why a thinker must not do anything which other people cannot follow. A thinker must never do something that other people cannot follow, other people cannot understand. So a thinker must never be idiosyncratic. Answer for this question is C. If the thinker is methodical, if the thinker is methodical, then there's a method, there's a structure that he follows. It is so easy to copy or understand something which is structured. But if the thinker is idiosyncratic, then everybody cannot follow or understand. And that is why they will not be able to reenact those thought processes that did not originate with them. What is the meaning of idiosyncratic? Idiosyncratic means you behave in a very unique or peculiar way. Okay. Idiosyncratic means behave in a unique or peculiar way. What is idiosyncrasy? Idiosyncrasy is your very unique or peculiar behavior. Yes, reenact is suitable. Reenact means you see something and you try to do it. You follow it. Reenact means follow. You copy it. If the leader is idiosyncratic, if he does something which only he can do, if he does something which is unique or which is peculiar, other people will not be able to do it. They will not become followers. So if you want followers, don't do anything that is kind of unique. Don't do anything that is idiosyncratic because people will not understand. People will not be able to copy and follow you. And if they will not be able to copy and follow you, you will not have followers. As simple as that. C is the answer for question number 4. Okay. Number 5. People should not be praised for their virtue. Okay. People should not be praised for their virtue if they lack the energy to be bad. See, even I have not seen the options right now. While I'm reading the sentence, I know what kind of word should come in the blank. You should not praise a person for having virtue if they lack the energy to be the opposite of virtuous. That is bad. Because in such cases, goodness, goodness is merely the effect of you are being good only because you have lack of energy to be bad. You are good only because you don't have the energy to be bad. So that is why he's telling you people should not be praised for their virtue if they lack the energy to be bad. Why? Because in such cases, people are being good only and only because they don't have the energy to be bad. Answer is C. You lack the energy means you're indolent. And for bad, we can have wicked. Number C is going to be the answer for question number 5. Did you understand? Anybody has any issue from question 1 to 5 will please ask. Any discomfort you have? Okay, good. Uh, I think we should try to. Would you like to solve five more? We have time. You can take a look. Question number 6 to question number 10. When you are done, you please let me know. Okay, let's check. Question number 6 to question number 10. Number 6. The old man could not have been accused of dash his affection. His conduct toward the child betrayed his dash her. Okay. You have marked Avinash D. Okay. So you cannot accuse the old man. If I'm saying you cannot accuse the old man, you cannot accuse the old man of doing something bad. So you cannot accuse the old man of not showing his affection. Not showing his affection, you actually cannot accuse him. That means he must be showing his affection. The word, the I mean, all these words will work. The old man could not have been accused of sparing his affection, rationing his affection, or stinting his affection. Why? You see the semicolon here? The semicolon here means this part and this part. These two parts, they actually say the same thing but in two different ways. His conduct, his conduct toward the child betrayed. Betrayed means displayed. The word betray also means to display. When you look at his behavior, his conduct toward the child displayed his dash her. That means if you look at his behavior, you will see that his behavior has so much affection for her. So in the second blank, you need a word like affection. Tolerance and antipathy are not affection. Answer has to be D. Excuse me. What is the meaning of stinting? Stinting means you are being miserly. So you cannot accuse the old man of being miserly. He's not being miserly. The fact is that he is showing, when you look at his conduct, he actually shows adoration for the child. That is why for question number 6, answer is going to be D. Okay. Number 7. The poet W.H. Auden believed that the greatest poets of his age were almost necessarily irresponsible. So poets were almost necessarily irresponsible. He believed that, number one, this is the first belief. He believed that, number two, this is the second belief. So this belief also is going to be in the same way. He believed that if you possess great gifts, then he's all negative. He's all negative. He believes that poets are irresponsible. That means he believes that if you possess great gifts, then you will abuse them. You'll automatically abuse them. You will be irresponsible. Answer for this question should be C. Why? Because he believes that if you possess great gifts, it engenders. Engenders means it creates. It creates the propensity to abuse them. If God has given you creativity, then God will also give you the propensity to abuse those gifts. Engender means create. It's not anger. The possession of great gifts will engender the propensity to abuse them. Why I'm using the word engender? Because he says artists are almost necessarily, they are necessarily irresponsible. Whether they want to, or they don't want to be irresponsible, they are necessarily irresponsible. So automatically this a propensity is created in them. Should be C. Answer should be C for question number 7. Okay. Any problem here? Number 8. In many science fiction films, The opposition of good and evil is portrayed as a dash between technology. So this is the first word is something like fight. It is a fight between technology, which is dash, and the errant will of a depraved intellectual. So a technology that is good, I need a positive word. In many science fiction films, the opposition is shown as a fight between technology, which is good, and the errant will of a depraved intellectual. This is the negative thing. So, so science fiction films show you a conflict between positives and negatives. I think struggle can work. I think conflict can work for the first blank, but for the second blank, it cannot be dehumanizing. Answer is D. Beneficent. Okay. Proclivity. Proclivity means tendency to do something, inclination towards something. Proclivity and propensity mean the same. Proclivity and propensity mean the same. Okay. Okay. Please explain C as well for question number 8. For question number 8, how will the word parallel make sense? The opposition of good and evil is portrayed as a parallel between technology, which is unfettered. Unfettered means it has no restrictions. If something is unfettered, it has no restrictions. Whatever you are saying does not even make logical sense. In science fiction films, we show the opposition of good and evil as a parallel between technology which has no restrictions and the errant will of a depraved intellectual. Does not make sense. Okay. So for question number 8, answer will remain D. Number 9. Question number 9. The Gibsons were little given to dash in any form. Not one of them was afraid of dash, of being and seeming unlike their neighbors. So you are very different. They were not afraid of being very different. Okay, they are not afraid of being different. Why I'm saying being different? Because they are not afraid of being and seeming unlike their neighbors. So they are not afraid of being different. You need a word which means being different. If they are not afraid of being different, that means they were little given to. They were little given to what? They don't have a herd mentality. They 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 are not scared of being different. That means they don't follow the fixed pattern. They don't follow the fixed pattern. Okay, that means they don't conform to fixed patterns. In fact, they're not afraid of singularity. Answer for this question is not E, it is D. The Gibsons were little given to conformism in any form. Why they are not showing conformism? Because they're not afraid of being different. They're not afraid of singularity. Singularity means being different, being peculiar. Answer is D. Ostentation. Ostentation means show off. Ostentation means show off. From where do you get this word show off? What is it? What is there in this passage which tells you that you need a word like show off? In this passage, if they are unlike their neighbors, that means they don't follow the herd mentality. They don't want to conform. That is certain. But that does not mean that they will not show off. Okay. And finally, the last question for today. The chances that a species will dash are reduced if any vital function is restricted to a single kind of organ. So very simple. In the first blank, I think I need a word like survive. The chances that a species will survive are reduced if any vital function is restricted to a single kind of organ. Dash by itself possesses an enormous survival advantage. That means if one function, how are we going to get a survival advantage? If one function, let us say pumping blood, Okay, we can get survival advantage if this pumping blood is done not by one organ, by many organs. It is done by heart also. It is done by lungs also. It is done by kidneys also. It is done by pancreas also. If pumping blood is restricted to just the heart, then what is going to happen? Then the chances that the species will survive is reduced. But if lots of organs perform the same function, then this is that then there is an enormous survival advantage. So for the first blank, we know our answer is going to be flourish or persist. That we know for certain. Okay. For the second blank, let's see. In the second blank, what happens? When the same when the same function is performed by not one, but two, three, four organs, then this function becomes what? It becomes redundant. That means they are repeating. Redundant means they are repeating. Whatever function heart is performing, lung is repeating it, kidney is repeating it, pancreas are repeating it. So in a sense, redundancy, when there is redundancy, that itself gives you enormous survival advantage. Because if the heart fails, lungs are also performing the same function. There are other organs that are performing the same function. So even though there's a repeat of of the vital function, this repetition itself is something that is going to ensure your survival. Answer for this question is E. Okay. Number A cannot be right, Avinash. Degenerate means to reduce, to decrease, to become worse. The chance that a species will become worse are reduced if any vital function is restricted to a single kind of organ. That does not make logical sense. Ranveer, you are saying even if symmetry means there are at least two or so, why not D? No, symmetry. Does the word symmetry means there are two or so? I don't think so. Okay, symmetry means what? Symmetry means there are two things that correspond in size. Okay, two things, if they're symmetrical, they correspond in size or arrangement or line or point. That does not mean that they will perform the same function. Performing the same function is important. Okay, can complexity come in the last blank? No, it cannot. Cannot. Complexity by itself possesses an enormous survival advantage. If you make things complex, then you're going to survive. What do you need the word complex? See what he's saying. When any vital function is restricted to just a single organ, if it is not restricted to a single organ, that means many are performing the same function. If many are performing the same function, then what is the word that you use? If four boys are doing the same thing, then they are all trying to do. They are all trying to fix the tap. So isn't that redundancy? Okay. Okay. So just go through everything we have discussed. If you have issues, you can discuss with me. And whenever we meet next, we'll practice on some more of these questions. Okay. That's it for today from my side. If you would like to log off, you can log off. Have a great day ahead. And a schedule for the next week will be uploaded and we'll meet accordingly. You joined late. Can I get the recording of this session? Yes, the recording will be uploaded. You will get access to it. Don't worry. But it takes time. It takes time for to process the recording and upload it. So at least wait for a day or two. Day or two. Okay. So that's it. Take care, all of you. Good morning. Am I audible to all of you? Okay. Uh, I see that many students have joined through a mobile device. It is my request that if possible, please switch to a laptop or a desktop. Otherwise, you will not be able to participate when I give you questions for practice. Okay, I'll wait for 2 minutes. If it's possible, please switch. Okay, let us start. This session is the continuation of the session that we had last Sunday, where we discussed some basics of fill in the blanks. I talked about apposition phrases. I talked about contrast signs, support signs. These are things we discussed, and we also tried to solve some questions there. This exercise that you have today, it has total of 25 questions. I will solve the first five with you, and then I'll give you practice questions, 20 questions for practice. Okay. Anybody has any issue till now? Anything you want to discuss? Okay, right. Let's see. Question number one. What is he trying to say? The sea was not an dash, the dash of the windmill. On the contrary, while the concept of the new invention passed quickly from seaport to seaport, it made little headway inland. Okay, Shubham, it's not possible to discuss the entire session in just 2 minutes. But yes, I'll try. With the help of this question, I'll try. Okay, see what he's saying. This actually is the appositional phrase. This is the appositional phrase. What is an appositional phrase? Appositional phrase is part. Appositional phrase is part of the question that gives you hint about the word that is going to come in the blank. And there is a contrast sign over here. On the contrary. So whatever is being said after this, on the contrary, over here in the first part, we'll have to we will have to select an expression which is antonym of this. So what does this appositional phrase tell you? This appositional phrase, what does it tell you? It tells you that the concept of the new invention. What new invention are they talking about? They're talking about the windmill. Windmill is the new invention. Okay. The concept of this windmill, it passed quickly from seaport to seaport. But if you look at its progress inland, it made little headway inland. That means it passed very quickly from one seaport to another seaport. Which this means that the sea, because it passed from one seaport to another seaport very quickly, the sea was not the sea was not something that was stopping this concept from passing, isn't it? It was not an impediment or obstacle. Both of these words will work. It was not an obstacle. It was not an impediment. It did not stop this concept from passing quickly, because on the contrary, it's actually when you look at how quickly it passed from seaport to seaport, that suggests that sea was not an impediment. It was not an obstacle. Okay. Now the question is, what is going to come in the second blank? Is it Was the sea not an impediment to creation of the windmill? Do we need a word like creation, or do we need a word which says passed quickly? Passed quickly means it's spread. We need a word which means spread. It spread very quickly from one seaport to another seaport, but when you look at its progress inland, then it made little headway inland. So we cannot have a word like creation. It should be diffusion, because diffusion means nothing but spread. Diffusion is nothing but spread. So this tells us that answer for this question should be D. The sea was not an obstacle to the diffusion of the windmill. Why is he saying this? He gives us an appositional phrase. He explains in detail that while the concept of the new invention passed quickly from seaport to seaport, that means the sea was not an impediment. But when you look at its progress headway, it made little headway. When you look at its progress inland, it made little headway inland. So answer for this question should be number D. Anybody has any issue here in number one? Easy. Okay. Vedanshu, please send your chats to all participants. Question number two. Although Dash almost self-effacing in his private life. So this is just like saying although X is almost self-effacing. This means that the word that is going to come in the blank is going to be 1 degree less than self-effacing. Okay, so I can say although he is he shows bad behavior, he's almost like a criminal. Okay, so almost, when I say almost self-effacing, that means this is kind of an extreme position I'm taking. So even though he's not self-effacing, he's very close to being self-effacing. We need a word here in the first blank that means something like self-effacing. Although Dash almost self-effacing in his private life. In his private life, how is he in his private life? He is self-effacing. And then there's the word although. In his private life, he's self-effacing. But when you go to when you look at his plays and essays, he displays in his plays and essays a strong dash publicity and controversy. Because of the word although, we know that X and Y, they will have to be antonym. These actually are, these two statements are going to be antonyms. So we need a word in the first blank which is 1 degree less than self-effacing. What is the meaning of self-effacing? Anybody knows the meaning of self-effacing? If you say somebody is self-effacing, that means they do something very, very good. They do something very, very good, but they don't want to stay in the limelight. They rub out their names. Efface means to rub out. Efface means to rub out, to erase. So if you are self-effacing, then you will do lots of good things, but you will not let other people know because you don't want to be in the limelight. So self-effacing means you show humility. You show humility. You're very humble. You're not arrogant. You're very modest. Yes. Right? We need a word here, something like humility, something like, very modest. So there are two words here. There are two words here in the first blank. One is shy, another one is retiring. So I'm telling you that in his private life, he showed a lot of humility. He showed a lot of humility. He was you can call him almost self-effacing. But when you look at his public life, when you look at his plays and essays, he showed a very strong dash publicity and controversy. Because of the word although, this is going to be opposite. In his private life, he's very shy. But in his public life, he is not shy at all. In fact, in his public life, he wants he wants all the publicity and controversy. So aversion to will not work. It is opposite of aversion to. He does not have aversion. Aversion towards mean that he hates publicity and controversy. That's not possible because of the word although. In his private life, yes, he hates all kinds of limelight. But when you come to his plays and essays, he does not hate limelight. He likes limelight. He's very fond of limelight. Answer for this question is D and not C because of the word although. These two statements, they have to be opposites to each other, isn't it? So if I say that in his plays and essays he displays a very strong aversion towards publicity and controversy, if he shows aversion, then why am I using the word although? This word, it's pronounced either penchant or penchant. Penchant or penchant means you have a strong liking for something. Strong liking for something. Okay, you are fond of something. You have a predilection. There's another word, predilection. You have a predilection for something, that means you like that thing a lot. Retiring, yes, retiring. The word retiring, if you have a retiring nature, okay, if you say that somebody has a retiring nature, excuse me, that means that person does not want to stay in the limelight. That person is very humble. Okay, so retiring, one meaning of retiring is that you stop working. You superannuate. You superannuate means you become a senior citizen. You stop working. That is one meaning of retiring. But the other meaning of retiring is that you are very humble. You want to stay away from the limelight. You are self-effacing. All these words are very positive words. If you show humility, if you are self-effacing, if you are retiring, all these are very positive words. You do something big, but you don't want to stay in the limelight. Okay. So although in his private life he's retiring, he's almost self-effacing. But when you look at his plays and essays, he displays a very, very strong liking or penchant or penchant for publicity and controversy. Answer for this question will be D. Again, question number 2. Remember these words, penchant or penchant and predilection. They mean that you have a very strong liking for something. Any issue, anybody in question number 2? Number 3. Question number 3. Uh, uh, how to pronounce this word? This word has two pronunciations. One is penchant. You have a penchant for something, that means you like something. Penchant, penchant. It is like this. The other pronunciation is penchant. Okay, is that what you wanted to ask, Arun? Okay. There are so many words. See, there are so many words where people different people of different regions, they have actually different pronunciation. For example, the most famous word is rhetoric. Okay, when you look at this word, our media many times they will pronounce this word as rhetoric. Okay, many people pronounce this word as rhetoric, and then there are many people who actually pronounce this word as rhetoric. Okay, similarly, I mean there are so many other words like this word. Even though this word is pronounced as junta, this word is actually pronounced as junta, but regions. This, okay, so pronunciation it changes from region to region. Okay, and yes, this word also. I mean, I have seen this word. Almost everybody will pronounce this word as genre. Almost everybody will pronounce this word as genre. But I think the pronunciation of this word is genre. Genre. Okay, but everywhere I see people pronounce this word genre. Okay, junta. No, Randeep. This is not the public. The public one is Janta, Janta. This is the common public. This word is actually junta. Junta means a military government. Okay, a military government. For example, Pakistan is one country that has. What happened to the voice? Am I audible to all of you? Okay, so Pakistan is one country. Pakistan is one country where which has seen a junta so many times. They've seen military government so many times. Okay, and for the common public, the word is janta. Okay, let's come back to our questions now. This was question number 2. Coming to question number 3. Question number 3, it says, ever prey to vagrant impulses that impelled him to dash his talents on a host of unworthy projects. His very dash nonetheless enhanced his reputation, for the sheer energy of his extravagance dazzled observers. Okay? So, ever prey to vagrant impulses that impelled him. So, what is the meaning of this? Vagrant impulses. What is the meaning of vagrant? Vagrant means short lived, impulses means desires. Okay, sudden desires. Impulses are sudden desires. Okay, sudden desires and vagrant. If something is vagrant, then it is temporary. It does not stay at one place for very long. So vagrant means it is kind of temporary. So this guy, he's always prey to vagrant impulses. He every time he has sudden desires, these desires are short lived, and because of these desires have impelled him. Impelled means forced. These desires inside him, they have forced him to dash his talents on a host of unworthy projects, because he's calling the projects unworthy. That means over here in the first blank we need a word like waste. He has lots of desires, temporary desires, and these desires, they have caused him to waste his talents on a host of unworthy projects. We need a word which means something like waste in the first line. That is why he's calling these projects unworthy. He is very dash nonetheless. Now, because of the word nonetheless, over here it is very negative. Over here, the direction of the sentence is negative. But now, because he's using a contrast word nonetheless, that means he's trying to turn it towards the positive side. His very dash nonetheless enhanced his reputation. So this is just like saying that he wasted his talents on a host of unworthy projects. Why did he take up all these unworthy projects? Because there were temporary sudden desires inside him that forced him to work on all these unworthy projects. He is very dash nonetheless. But the very fact that he performed in these shows, but the very fact that he wasted his talents on these shows, this enhanced his reputation. So over here, we need a word which means like something like wastage. He is very means the very thing which he did. And what did he do? He wasted. The very wastage nonetheless enhanced his reputation. Even though he's wasting his talents, he's that wastage itself enhances his reputation. Why? Again, now this is an appositional phrase. See, it is explaining in detail. Because even in his wastage, there is so much energy. The sheer energy of his extravagance dazzled observers. Extravagance is nothing but wastage. Even though he's wasting his talent, even in his wastage, there is so much energy that observers were dazzled. And that is why, that is why his reputation enhanced. So we need two words here that are that are synonyms of wastage. And what are these words? Even yes, answer should be number D. Answer should be number D and not E. Implicate. What is the meaning of implicate? Implicate means to arraign, to indict, to arraign, to file a charge, to bring before a court of law, to file a suit. Implicate means you hold somebody responsible. To hold somebody responsible for something wrong. Implicate. Okay, for example, after the suicide of that actor, what is his name? Um, Sushant. Yeah, Sushant. Everybody is implicating Bollywood, isn't it? Everybody is trying to implicate Bollywood mafia. So we are trying to pin the blame. We're trying to pin the blame on the Bollywood mafia. Implicate. So we don't need these kind of words. We need words that means wastage. Now this is confirmed because over here he's actually using the word extravagance is nothing but wastage. The, there was so much energy in his extravagance, in his wastage, that it dazzled observers. We need a word which means wastage, and these two words are squander and dissipation. When you squander, when you dissipate, what do you do? When you squander, when you dissipate. Let's say, let's say you are an heir to, to a lot of money, just like Anil Ambani. He squandered, he dissipated all his wealth, and now he's saying I am broke. So squander and dissipation, both of them, they mean wastage. Answer for this question number three will again be D. Okay, okay. Now Priyanka, you said something. Junta means when the country is ruled by its people's group after having seized power. Junta means when the country is ruled by its people's group. So if it is ruled by people, isn't that democracy? The people have seized power and they are ruling. That is democracy, isn't it? Junta is actually a military government. Junta is actually a military government. Okay, like Hitler. Yes, like Hitler, but Hitler was a fascist. Hitler was a fascist. Not all juntas are fascist. Okay. For example, nonetheless and nevertheless are the same, Arun. They mean the same. Nonetheless and nevertheless means even though, even though this happened, still they can be used interchangeably. Okay, Taliban was military. Taliban was not military. They are a terrorist group. Okay, Parvez Musharraf in Pakistan. Yes, Parvez Musharraf in Pakistan. Just like emergency in our country. Kind of yes. Kind of yes. I mean, there have been so many countries. There have been so many countries where the military rules. Okay, I think Cuba also, Cuba in Syria also. The okay, possibly, it's possible, it's possible. Okay, the biggest example is Pakistan. The biggest example is Pakistan. We don't need to go far. The biggest example is Pakistan. It is actually the many times, even though right now they have a democratic government, so to say, in Imran Khan, but otherwise they have throughout the history most of the times they've been ruled by the military. Okay, so question number three, answer is D. Yes, Randy, military behind the curtains. But when they are not behind the curtains, only then you're going to call them junta. If they are behind the curtain, then that is not junta. Question number four. Question number four says, although scientists claim that the seemingly dashed language of the reports is more precise than the figurative language of fiction. Now you can tell me what kind of word should come in the blank. It has to be an antonym of figurative, isn't it? Even before we read the entire sentence, we know that in the first blank we need a word which is antonym of figurative. Although, because of the word although scientists claim that the seemingly dashed language of the reports is more precise than the figurative language of fiction. We need a word here which is opposite of figurative. Figurative means symbolic. Figurative means metaphorical, symbolic. So, what is the antonym of figurative? The antonym of figurative is exact. Exact. Okay, the exact meaning, that means the literal meaning. Yes, literal. The literal meaning. So, although scientists claim that the seemingly dashed language of the reports is more precise than the figurative language of fiction, the language of science, although they claim this, the reality is that the language of science, like all language, is inherently figurative, isn't it? Even though they claim that the language is literal and not figurative. The language is literal, it is more precise, but the reality is that science Just like other languages, science is just figurative. So we need a word here which means figurative. In the second blank. In the first blank, we need a word which means exact. So for the second blank, we have elusive and metaphorical. Both these words mean figurative. For the first blank, we need a word like exact. That is literal. Subjective does not mean exact. It is objective, which means exact. So E is not right. Answer for this question should be D. Okay? Answer for this question is D. Elusive. Elusive. What is the meaning of elusive? Elusive means it is symbolic. It is figurative. It is not stated directly. It is stated indirectly. Figurative means something you are talking about something in an indirect way, not direct way. For example, if I say you are a lion, I don't mean to say that you are an animal. Indirectly, what I want to tell you, I want to say that you are very brave. So figurative, symbolic, elusive, all of them are synonyms. Metaphorical also. Jatin, subjective means something which keeps changing. Yes, so it is not exact. It is not exact, Jatin. If it means something which keeps changing, it is not exact. That is why answer for this question, number 4, should be D. Please check. If you have any doubt, ask. Okay? Any issue, anybody? Okay, I'll solve one more question with you. Elusive. Okay, elusive. Elusive, the word elusive comes from illusion. The word elusive comes from illusion. Okay? I don't know whether you are aware of these words or not, but just a minute. Let me use the whiteboard. Let us discuss these words. Now, there are 4 words that sound very similar. One word is illusion, okay, which is a noun. Its verb form is allude, and its adjective form is elusive. This is the adjective form. What exactly is the meaning of illusion? It is an indirect reference. Okay? An indirect reference. Yes, Kamini, we have discussed this, but there are so many students who have just joined. So for their benefit, I will repeat this. Allusion is an indirect reference or remark. Okay? You make an allusion. You make an allusion. After the suicide of Sushant, people are making an allusion. That means they are indirectly trying to say that the Bollywood mafia is behind his death. So allusion is a noun. The verb becomes allude and the adjective becomes elusive. If you are elusive, that means you are indirectly referring to something. So if something is figurative and metaphorical, it is elusive. It is referring to something in an indirect way. The second word is illusion. This word actually, the first word was illusion. This is illusion. Illusion is a false image. Okay? A false image, a mirage. If you see ghosts, that is an illusion. It is a false image. Delusion. Delusion, which is a noun. The verb form is delude. The adjective form is delusive or deluding. Okay, this is the adjective form. It is the same word, but just the thing changes. Delusion is a false belief. It is a false belief or a false idea in your mind, right? So if you are under a delusion, that means you have a false belief or idea in your mind. Please don't be deluded. Even though I am a teacher and I should not be saying this, but please don't be under the delusion that if you study hard, you will necessarily become successful. That it does not work like that. Okay. So delusion is a false belief or idea. If you delude yourself, If you delude yourself, that means you make yourself believe something that is false. If something is deluding you or if something is delusive, that means it is giving you a false idea. So these three words, see, they sound the same: illusion, illusion, delusion. And there is one more word. One more word, which is illusion. Elusion. It's a noun. The verb form is elude. The meaning of this word is to evade. Okay? To evade. Um, to evade means to escape capture. People are trying to arrest you, but you are eluding the police. The police is trying to arrest you, but you are eluding arrest. That means you're evading it. You're avoiding it by hiding somewhere. For example, Dawood Ibrahim. Dawood Ibrahim has been eluding for the past 20 years. So these are four words. These are four words that sound just the same. And in fact, there was a question in XAT also where they tested you on these four words. So these four words are, again, illusion, which means indirect reference or remark; illusion, which is a false image; illusion, which is a false belief or idea; and illusion, which means evasion. Is it clear? Okay. Okay. So let's come back to our question number 5. Question number 5, I'll solve this with you. Without the psychiatrist's promise of confidentiality, trust is dashed. So, even before going forward, I know what kind of words should come over here. If the psychiatrist does not promise to keep things confidential, then the trust is going to be what? Trust is going to be low. You are not going to trust your psychiatrist if he will not keep your information confidential. So trust is going to be low, trust is going to be broken. These kind of words we need over here in the blank. And because trust is going to be low, because trust will be broken, that is why the patient's communication is going to be limited. If the psychiatrist does not promise to keep things confidential, then the trust is going to be low and the patient's communication is going to be limited. Even though confidentiality can thus be seen to be precious in therapy, thus we see that confidentiality is very precious in therapy. Even though confidentiality is very, very precious, moral responsibility sometimes requires a willingness to dash it. Sometimes you have a moral responsibility that you will have to break the confidentiality. You will have to renege on your promise. You will have to renege on your promise of confidentiality. You will have to break your promise to keep things, confidential. There are situations where it is your moral responsibility to break this promise of confidentiality. These are the kind of words that we need in the blanks. For the first word, for the first blank, we need a word like low or broken. Okay, low or broken. So I think the best word is going to be impaired. Impaired means it will be hindered. Impaired. If something is impaired, it is hindered. And the second word is sometimes you have a moral responsibility to sacrifice it. Answer is going to be E. For example, let us say I'm a psychiatrist. Even though I have to keep things confidential, when I keep things confidential, only then my patient is going to be very truthful to me. So confidentiality is very important. However, if the patient tells me that tonight I'm going to commit suicide, even though this information should be confidential, it is my moral responsibility that I should sacrifice it and I should inform that person's family members that he has suicidal tendencies. So, answer for this question is E. Did you get this? Impaired and sacrifice. Okay. So I have solved 5 questions with you here. I've solved the first 5. Now I would like you also to take a look on your own part, on your own, and try to solve this. Okay. Jatin, second part. Second part means what? Even though. Even though is contrast. Even though is contrast. Even though confidentiality is precious. Even though confidentiality is precious, moral responsibility sometimes requires a willingness to break it. Okay, the words even though tells me that yes, even though confidentiality is important, sometimes you'll have to break it. You'll have to sacrifice it. You will have to renege on your promise. Okay. Would you like to try some questions on your own? You want to take up 5 questions at a time or 10 at a time? Tell me. 5. Okay, 5 at a time. So let's see. Let's see. Can you solve question number 6 to question number 10? Question number 6 to question number 10. I'll give you 10 minutes. Please start. I've given you the rights to move to the next slide. Please start. When you're done, let me know. Question number 5, question number 6 to question number 10. Okay, I think there is sufficient time for 5 questions. Let's quickly take a look at what he's trying to say. Question number 6. In failing to see that the justice's pronouncements merely dash previous decisions, rather than actually establishing a precedent, the novice law clerk dashed the scope of the justice's judgment. Now, what happened? What happened over here? The novice law clerk, this law clerk who is very, very new, he did not realize, he failed to see that the justice, whatever judgment has been passed, the justice's pronouncements, it merely dashed previous decisions. That means it merely must have tweaked, it must just have played or made some changes in the previous decisions rather than actually establishing a precedent, rather than stating something which is absolutely new or extraordinary. Okay, which is absolutely new or extraordinary. What this judgment has done is it has just made some changes in the previous decisions. So we need a word over here which means something like, it has made some slight changes, it has tweaked previous decisions, it has not really established something absolutely new. Overturned cannot be right. Overturned cannot be right because he's using the word merely. It has merely means it has just made some changes in previous decisions. That's it. Nothing much. It did not actually establish a precedent. Establishing a precedent means you say something which is extraordinary. So we need a word here which means he has made some slight changes in previous decisions. One can be recapitulated. It is just a recapitulation of. It is merely recapitulation. Another can be qualified. He merely qualified previous decisions. Qualify means you make changes. When you qualify something, you make changes. Okay. For example, if I say I hate you. Okay. Let us say I hate you. Right. After a while, I'll say, okay, I will qualify my statement. I hate you. I hate you when you don't call. So what did I do? I qualified my previous statement. I made some changes. So the word qualified also will work. Uh, we actually think that qualify just means to meet the eligibility criteria, but qualify means to make changes, to actually talk about exceptions. Okay, to moderate it. There are so many meanings of the word qualified. So both of them is going to work. Both of them are going to work. D and E both are going to work. So in failing to see that the justice's pronouncement, it merely qualified or recapitulated previous decisions rather than actually establishing a precedent, the novice law clerk dashed the scope of the justice's judgment. Now, this guy, this law clerk who is very new, he did not understand that this judgment is not extraordinary. This judgment is just making some changes in the previous decision. It is just repeating previous decisions, nothing else. But this is something which he did not understand. So the novice law clerk must have thought that this judgment is a unique kind of judgment. Okay, he must have thought this is a unique kind of judgment. This is an extraordinary judgment. So what must he have done? As far as the scope of the justice's judgment is concerned, he must have overemphasized it. He must have exaggerated about it, isn't it? Answer for this question is D and not E. Why overemphasize? Because he did not realize that this is just an ordinary decision. And that is why whenever he talks about this decision, he overemphasizes it. He exaggerates it. Whereas in reality, this decision is just qualifying previous decisions. It was just making slight changes, nothing else. Answer for this question is going to be D. Okay? Defined is not right. Defined is not right. The novice law clerk, he defined the scope of the justice's judgment. Defined does not tell me that he exaggerated. The word defined simply means that he told us what is the scope of the justice's judgment. But that does not work with what he is trying to say in this passage. In this passage, he is trying to say that this guy, he did not understand. He failed to understand that this is just this is just a kind of a small change made by the judge. That's it. Nothing else. It is not something extraordinary that has happened. But this guy had failed to understand this. He is thinking that something extraordinary has happened. Because he is thinking something extraordinary has happened, he must have overemphasized it. He must have exaggerated it. Answer should be D. Okay. So question number 6. Limited? No. How can he limit the scope? It's contrary. Instead of limiting the scope, because he did not understand, he must have exaggerated the scope. Okay, limited is not going to work. Define means that he gave a definition. He told you what is the meaning. He told you what is the meaning. But the question is, he did not understand. He did not understand. If he did not understand, then how can he say with certainty what is the meaning? Okay. So question number 6, answer is D. Once more, please take a look. If you have any issue, I will explain this again. Clear for everyone? Number 6. Okay. Let's come to question number 7. William James lacked the usual dash death. Usually, when it comes to death, what happens? People are scared of death. So we need a word, something like fear of. The usual fear of death. William James lacked the usual fear of death. Okay. And then there is a semicolon here. Now, normally we say that when there's a colon or a semicolon, then this part that is after and the part that is before, they both are actually saying the same thing but in two different ways. They both say the same thing but in two different ways. That is what normally happens. So William James, he lacked the usual fear of death. Writing to his dying father, he spoke without dash, without fear. He spoke without any fear about the old man's impending death. So we need words in both the blanks that mean something like fear. Apprehension of is all right, but eloquence does not mean fear. This is not right. Number D is not right. Eloquence means that you speak fluently. Okay, if somebody is eloquent, that means that person speaks fluently. So it will not work. We need words that mean fear. Two words that mean fear. Those two words are B. Yes, B. William James lacked the usual awe of death. What is the meaning of awe? Awe. You must have heard the expression awesome. The word awesome comes from awe. Awe has two meanings. Two meanings, fear or respect. If you if you hold somebody in awe, if you hold somebody in awe, that means you either are scared of them or you respect them because they are very impressive. Okay? Because that person is very impressive, that is why either you are scared of that person or you respect that person. For example, cricket players, they used to hold Sachin Tendulkar in awe. Indian cricket players, they would respect him, and other countries they would be scared of him. From the word awe, we have the word awesome. When you say awesome performance means the performance is so impressive that either people are going to respect you or people are going to be scared of you. So, and inhibition means you are, you have some fear about something. There are some inhibitions. Answer for number 7 is going to be B. Impending means it's about to happen. If something is impending, it is about to happen. Eloquence, eloquence means fluent, fluency. You do something with eloquence. You say something with eloquence. That means you say it with fluency. Fluency means you use the words comfortably. You don't stammer. Okay. So for number 7, answer is going to be B. Number 8. Question number 8. If duty is the natural dash of one's dash the course of future events, then people who are powerful have duty placed on them, whether they like it or not. This is an apposition phrase. Appositional phrase means this is the complete part which is telling you what kind of word is going to come in the blank. This is like a code. You break this code, you know what kind of words will come in the blank. What does this part tell you? People who are powerful have duty placed on them, whether they like it or not. So if you have power, automatically you have duty. Okay? So duty is the natural. Duty comes because of power. So duty is the natural result of one's power over the course of future events. What is duty? Duty is nothing but the consequences of you having power. If you have power, automatically you have duty. So duty is the natural result of one's power over the course of future events. If you have power over the course of future events, then automatically you have duty. Yes, so we need words like results and power over. And what are these words? Outgrowth. Yes, it's an outgrowth. And control. Did you understand why this happened? How very quickly I told you that in the first blank it should be result and in the second blank it should be power over because of the apposition phrase. People who are powerful, they have duty placed on them, whether they like it or not. So the moment you become powerful, automatically duty is attached to you. So duty is the result of power. So duty is the natural result of your power over the course of future events. Okay. So answer is going to be B. How to identify appositional phrases? Okay. The See, normally what happens in appositional phrases, there are two parts. If I say he is very dash, comma, having the courage of a lion, what will you say? What kind of word is going to come in the blank? He is very dash, Having the courage of a lion. You will say, I need a word like brave. He's very courageous and brave. How do you come to know that the word is courageous or brave? If you look at the part that comes after the comma, the part that comes after the comma, it is the complete part. It does not have any blank, it is the complete part. It is like a quote. Having the courage of a lion means you're brave. So this part which is complete and tells you and hint and gives you hint about what kind of word is going to come in the blank, that is called an appositional phrase. Over here also, if you see this part, it is complete. It tells you what kind of words are going to come in the blank. Okay. The first part and the second part, they are separated by commas, colons, semicolons. There can be so many. There can be so many such symbols used. They are normally separated by commas, colons, semicolons. One of them is going to be complete. It's not necessarily that the second part is always going to be the apposition phrase. The first part also can be the apposition phrase. Okay. Number 9. Whereas the art critic Vasari saw the painting entitled The Mona Lisa as an original and wonderful dash feat. What kind of a feat is it? See, apposition phrase, Randir. The art critic Vasari, he saw the painting that was entitled The Mona Lisa. How did he look at this painting? This painting was an original and wonderful X feat. Feat means action. What kind of word will come in the blank? What kind of feat is this? The reproduction of a natural object. This is the apposition phrase. This is the appositional phrase. We need a word here in the first blank, which means you are, what are you doing? You reproduce natural objects. Which word means reproduction of natural objects? It is a feat, it is an action in which you reproduce a natural object. Okay? So that is the kind of word you need in the first blank. For the second blank, he tells you Vasari saw it as this as X feet. The aesthetes, the aesthetes saw it as dash that required deciphering. Deciphering means decoding. When you talk to the aesthetes, they saw it as a dash that required deciphering. So you will have to decode it. If it is a decode, if it is if you will have to decode it, that means it is like a code. They saw it as some kind of a code, some kind of a symbol that you would like to that you would have to decipher. So two words can work here. Symbol can work here, and plus hieroglyph also can work here. What is hieroglyph? What is hieroglyph? Hieroglyphs are pictures. Hieroglyphs are pictures that are symbolic in nature. It's not portraiture. It's not necessarily portraiture. Hieroglyphs are pictures. Okay, hieroglyphs are pictures. These pictures, they stand for some words. For example, the Egyptians. The Egyptians, they used hieroglyphs. When you look at the ancient Egyptian writing, the ancient Egyptian writing made use of hieroglyphs. They were pictures. They were pictures, and these pictures were nothing but they were actually words. They were languages. Okay, okay. So it can be symbol or it can be hieroglyph. But for the first blank, we need a word which means the reproduction of a natural object. When you reproduce a natural object, is it historical or is it technical? It should be technical. It should be technical, not historical. Answer for this question is C. Answer for this question is C. Vasari saw the Mona Lisa as a technical accomplishment. but the ascetes saw it as a hieroglyph. Ascetes believe that Mona Lisa is like a code that would have to be deciphered. It is like a code that you will have to break. Okay? Ascetes are people who study art, people who appreciate the arts, people who study the arts. They are called ascetes. Okay? Madhur, cryptograph, yes. Cryptography, and cryptography, they are kind of connected. Yes. Cryptography is a study. It is a study of the hieroglyphs. It is a study of the secret system of writing. Did you understand why for question number 9 answer is C? Anybody has any issue till now? Number 10. Question number 10. Politeness is not a dash attribute of human behavior, but rather a central virtue. Stop here. Tell me what word will come in the blank. First blank. But rather a central virtue. So we need a word antonym of central. Antonym of central. We need a word which is antonym of central. Politeness is not a dash attribute, but a central virtue. Okay, so we need a word which is antonym of central. I can see two words, superficial and trivial. Something that is not central is either trivial or it is superficial. Then he says, one means politeness. One whose very existence is increasingly being dashed by the faddish requirement to speak one's mind. Now, these days, it has become fashionable. Faddish means short lived fashion. Okay? Fashion that is short lived. You must have heard of the word fad. It's a fad. That means it is a fashion that is going to be short lived. It's not going to stay for long. So he tells us that these days it has become a fashion. It has become a fashion that you speak your mind. It has become fashionable to speak your mind. And if you speak your mind, are you going to be always polite? Whatever comes to your mind, if you start speaking it, are you going to be polite? No. Because it's become fashionable these days to speak your mind, the very existence of politeness is being threatened. The very existence of politeness is in danger. So answer for this question is going to be A. Answer for this question is going to be A. Why? Because politeness is not a superficial attribute of human behavior. Politeness is a very central virtue, but its very existence is being threatened because these days it's very fashionable to speak your mind. Because it's fashionable to speak your mind, then what happens? You will not you will not necessarily be polite. If everything that comes to your mind, if you would like to speak speak about it, you will not be polite always. So the very existence of politeness is being threatened. It can be affected also, the existence can be affected, but affected can be both positive and negative. If something is affected, means it can have a positive impact and negative impact as well. But we need a word over here which means that the impact is negative. Whereas the word affected can go both ways, positive as well as negative. That is why it is not as good a choice as number A. Okay? Did you understand? Okay. So if there is anything that requires clarification till now, you'll please ask. Let's try. Repudiated, rejected. Repudiated means rejected. I made an offer, but he repudiated my offer. He rejected my offer. Okay. Forestall. Forestall means to stop beforehand. What is the meaning of forestall? Forestall means to stop beforehand. F-O-R-E, for means before. Forestall means to stop beforehand. Can we judge it by superficial and trivial instead of affected and threatened? No, I mean, there are two blanks over here. Both in the first blank, both superficial and trivial, they can work. Madhur. For the first blank, both superficial and trivial can work. It's only in the second blank where things change. Okay? Because the antonym of central is trivial also and superficial also. Both are antonyms. Okay. I think we should take a look at 5 more questions. We have time. Would you like to try 11 to 15? Question 11 to question number 15. Please start and do let me know when you are done. Okay, I think that is sufficient time. Should we discuss this? Right. Question number 11. Question number 11. What does it tell us? Even though they tended to be dash strangers, 15th century Europeans did not automatically associate dash and danger. Now there are two blanks. In one blank, for one blank, he's using strangers, and in the second one, he's using danger. So what does this tell us? This is just like saying, even though I don't like, let's say, pastries, that does not automatically mean that I don't eat sweets. Okay? So the word even though tells me that even though they tended to be dash strangers, over here he's using strangers, over here he's using danger. So you will need a negative word over here. Even though they tend to be something negative towards strangers, that does not mean that 15th century Europeans they automatically associated strangers and danger. In the second blank, we need a word like stranger. The word which is closest to stranger is foreignness. Answer for this question should be hostile. Even they tended to be hostile to strangers. That does not mean that they would consider every foreigner to be a danger. Did you understand why the answer is E for question number 11? Yes, on the whole, they tended to be hostile to strangers. But that did not mean that they automatically considered every foreigner or every stranger to be a danger. So we in the second blank we need a word like stranger, and in the first blank we need a word like danger. Even though they normally considered strangers to be dangerous, but that does not mean that every stranger was dangerous. That is why answer for question number 11 is going to be E. Let me know if you have a doubt. Number 12. Question number 12. Punishment for violating moral rules is much more common than reward for following them. This is the appositional phrase. This is the complete part. This is the appositional phrase. So it tells you that punishment is more common. Nobody is going to reward you if you are following the rules. But if you don't follow the rules, then punishment is very, very common. Thus, dash the rules goes almost dash in society. Thus, if you follow the rules, nobody is going to reward you. Thus, adherence to the rules, yes, goes almost unnoticed in society. Answer should be B. Jatin, at least give me 2 minutes to explain this. You're so impatient. Yes, answer is B. Okay, so if you adhere to the rules, then it goes unnoticed. Nobody, nobody is going to notice you. Nobody is going to reward you. But the moment you do something wrong, everybody is going to try to punish you. So answer for this question is B, rightly marked by almost everyone. Number 13. The tone of Jane Carlili's letter is guarded. Okay, the tone. How is the tone? The tone is guarded. And now this is the word "and" tells me that the next part also is going to go in the same direction. The tone is guarded, and her feelings are always dash. You need a word like guarded, and her feelings are always guarded by the wit and pride that made that dash plea for sympathy impossible for her. If your feelings are guarded, if your tone is guarded, then it will be impossible for you to make a very directly ask for something. You are talking in a very guarded way. Yes, answer Randhir, you are right. Answer for this question should be number A. The tone of her letter is guarded. Her feelings are also masked. That is why, because she is trying to hide everything. She is her tone is also guarded. Her feelings are also masked. So you will see that she never makes a very direct plea for sympathy. She never directly, because she always hides it. She always guards it. You will not find her making a very direct plea. Plea means request. You will not find her making a direct request for sympathy. Answer should be number A for this question. You know what is circumspect? Circumspect means you are suspicious. If you are circumspect, you are suspicious. You have doubts. Bolstered means strengthened. If something is bolstered, it is strengthened. Number 14. Not all the indicators necessary to convey the effect of depth in a picture work simultaneously. Okay, so everything that conveys depth. What conveys depth? Length, breadth, height. When you understand length, breadth, height, you get the feeling. The effect of depth comes into play. So the indicators that are necessary to convey the effect of depth, they do not work simultaneously. That means when you look at something, it's not that you understand length, breadth, height, these three things simultaneously. No, that is not how it happens. Okay? If it does not happen simultaneously, that means how do you perceive it? One after the other. First, probably you will understand the length, then you will understand the breadth, then you will understand the height, and then you will combine all these three and you will get the feeling of depth. So because the indicators that are necessary to convey the effect of depth, they do not work simultaneously. The picture's illusion of dashed three-dimensional appearance must therefore result from the viewer's integration of various indicators perceived dash antonym of simultaneously. So any picture that looks perfectly three-dimensional in appearance. Why does it look three-dimensional? Because the viewer, what the viewer has done? The viewer has integrated these indicators that were not perceived simultaneously, but they were perceived one after the other. So we need a word which is antonym of simultaneously. I think this word is successively. Answer for this question should be B, because the indicators that convey the effect of depth, they don't work simultaneously. So the image that you have in front of your eyes, it seems that there's a uniform three-dimensional appearance. Why does it seem? If you do not perceive them simultaneously, why does the picture look like having a uniform three-dimensional appearance? Because Whatever indicators you have perceived successively, you integrate it, you combine it, and then you get the impression of a uniform three-dimensional appearance. Answer should be number B for question number 14. Please check. If you have doubt, ask. Anything you did not understand, ask please. 15. Though science is often imagined as a dashed exploration of external reality, scientists are no different from anyone else. Okay? Scientists are no different from anyone else. Then there's a colon here, which means this part and the part after the colon, they are saying they will say the same thing but in two different ways. They are dash human beings. What kind of human beings are they? Enmeshed in a web of personal and social circumstances. If you are enmeshed in a web of personal and social circumstances, that means you're full of emotions, you're emotional, you are enmeshed means you are trapped. You are trapped in a web of personal and social circumstances. And scientists are just like these human beings. You need a word here which means they're full of emotions and passion. I think the word is passionate. For the second blank, the word is passionate. Okay, if you are passionate, if you have emotions, then I'm saying scientists, they are no different from anyone else. Even though we believe that science is a dispassionate exploration, over here the word that we need is dispassionate. We believe that in science you keep your passions aside, you keep your emotions aside. That is how you explore external reality. But scientists are human beings. They are also passionate beings. In the first blank, you need a word which means you keep your emotions aside. That is disinterested. Number D is right. Number D is the answer. If you are disinterested, you don't bring in your personal emotions. You are completely fair and neutral. And you're even handed. So for question number 15, answer is D. Second blank, how is it passionate? Passionate means you're full of emotions. Passionate means you're full of emotion, isn't it? So, enmeshed in a web of personal and social circumstances. What is the meaning of this? You are trapped in a web of personal and social circumstances. That means you are surrounded by personal and social emotions. You're emotional. This is the meaning of this expression. You are surrounded by all kinds of emotions. And that is why scientists are just like other human beings. Other human beings, they are emotional, they are passionate. They are surrounded by emotions. Scientists are just the same. Okay? Did you understand? Fervent. Fervent means very excited. If you are fervent, you are very excited, very enthusiastic, fervent. Okay? How we infer that other humans are passionate? They are dash human beings. They are dash human beings. What kind of human beings are they? They are X, they are Y human beings. So this is the appositional phrase. They are enmeshed. What kind of human beings are there? They are enmeshed in a web of personal and social circumstances. Who are they? The scientists. That is how we know that the scientists, they are passionate human beings. They're full of emotions. Randir, even if we don't know what other human beings are, even if we don't know what other human beings are, that is not a problem. Over here, he is only discussing the scientists. Scientists are dash human beings. That means what kind of human beings are scientists? They are emotional human beings. They are passionate human beings because they are surrounded by their personal and social circumstances. Personal and social circumstances, they have an impact, they have an influence on scientists. Now is it clear? Okay, painstaking. Jatin, you want to know the meaning of painstaking? Painstaking means it requires efforts. If something is painstaking, requires lots of efforts. It is hard labor. It is hard, it is difficult. It's not easily done. Okay, this is question number 15. Anybody has any doubt till now? Anybody has any query? Okay, now next 5 questions I'm going to solve it with you and then we'll call it a day. Next 5 questions I'll solve it with you. Number 16, what does it tell you? Nature's energy efficiency often dash human technology. Okay, right now we don't know what kind of word will come in the blank. Nature's energy efficiency often dash human technology. Despite the intensity of the light fireflies produce, the amount of heat is negligible. So fireflies, they produce a lot of light, but heat is negligible. It is only recently that human beings have developed chemical light producing systems whose efficiency dash the firefly system. So it is very recently that we humans, we have produced some systems in which light is produced, but the efficiency is as good as the firefly system. The efficiency matches, something like matches or rivals. Our word, I think our answer will either be C or D. Okay, our answer will be C or D. Simulate also can work. Yes, simulate also can work. It is only recently that we humans, we have produced some systems, light systems, whose efficiency matches or simulates or rivals the firefly system. That means fireflies are natural things. Firefly means nature. So what does he want to say? He wants to say that nature is much more efficient than we human beings. Nature's energy efficiency outstrips human technology. Nature is more efficient than humans. He gives you an example of the fireflies. Fireflies, they have so much light, but the heat is negligible. And we humans, we have only recently developed these systems that can match the system of the firefly. That means the nature is much more efficient than we humans. Answer is going to be C, outstrips and rivals. Okay, did you understand? Number 16, why answer is C? 17. Question number 17. It is his dubious distinction to have proved what nobody would think of denying, that Romero at the age of 64 writes with all the characteristics of Dash. Okay. Now this guy Romero, okay, he's very famous. He's famous for what? He's famous for proving those things that do not require proof. That is his dubious distinction. He's famous. He's famous, but the question is, should he be famous? I mean, why is he famous? We don't understand. Because he tries to prove those things that don't require any proof. They're obvious to everyone. Okay, that is his dubious distinction. He wants to prove what nobody would think of denying. That Romero at the age of 64, he wants to prove that he's 64 years old and he's writing with all the characteristics of Dash. Answer should be maturity. No, inventiveness is not right. Maturity. If you are 64 years old, will you not write with maturity? What is there to prove? What is there to prove? You are 64 years old and you are trying to prove that you write with maturity. What is there to prove? Obviously, you are mature. Inventiveness is the opposite. Inventiveness is the opposite. It will become opposite. Answer for this question is A. Romero tries to prove things that don't require proof. That is what he's famous for. He is 64 years old and he wants to prove to you that he is writing with maturity. So what is there to prove? Will a 64-year-old not be mature? That is why maturity is the answer and not inventiveness. Inventiveness will become opposite. Can't we say in one sense he's inventing the proof? How? He's inventing the proof? No, he's not inventing the proof. Romero at the age of 64, he's trying to prove. He writes because Randeep, you are saying something else, but when you put inventiveness, it will not mean that he's inventing the proofs. It will mean that he's very innovative. He is very innovative. That is the meaning that will come if you put inventiveness into blank. He is 64-year-old and he writes with all the characteristics of inventiveness. That means he writes in a very innovative way. That is the meaning that will come out of this statement. He writes everything. Yes, the sentence is sort of ironic. Yes, yes. This sentence is kind of sarcastic. It's ironic. He writes everything with experience, not with experience. He writes everything with maturity. Yes, with experience, with maturity, kind of experience and maturity. But the first part is the appositional phrase. Please understand, the first part is the appositional phrase. This is the key. It is telling you that this guy is famous for proving things which do not require proof. So he always tries to prove those things that do not require proof. The sky is blue. He tries to prove that the sky is blue. Everybody knows the sky is blue. He tries to prove that the ocean has water. Everybody knows that ocean has water. He's trying to prove that he is 64 years old and he's writing like a 64-year-old. So if I don't have the word maturity, then what is the word that will come in the blank? He is 64 years old and he's trying to prove that he's writing like a 64-year-old. What is there to prove? That is why the word is going to be maturity for question number 17. Did you understand? It's a very nice question. Okay, if this is clear, I'll come to question number 18. Number 18. Then it does not refer to Romero. That Romero at the age of 64, what does he want to prove? He proves what nobody thinks of denying. He wants to prove that Romero at the age of 64 writes with all the characteristics of a 64-year-old guy. It is his dubious distinction. Okay, who is this guy his? He can be Romero or he can be someone else. Both possibilities are there. He is the author. Okay, whoever this guy is, let's say the author. The author is very famous for trying to prove those things which don't require proof. The author wants to prove that Romero is at the age of 64 and he's writing with all the characteristics of a 64-year-old man. Now it's clear, Vatsal? This author can be Romero, this may not be Romero. Both possibilities are there. Both possibilities are there. It can be Romero himself who's the author. That's possible. Or it can be some other person. Okay. Coming to question number 18. The macromolecule RNA is common to all living beings. And DNA, which is found in all organisms except some bacteria, is almost as what? Just like the RNA is common. RNA is common to all living beings. So DNA is also common. With the exception of some bacteria, DNA is also very, very commonly found. If it is common, that means, is it inclusive? No, it's not inclusive. Is it fundamental? No, it's not fundamental. Fundamental means without it, nothing can work. It is common. You need a word which means common. Okay? Common means found everywhere, universal. Answer is D. Answer is D for question number 18. Okay? Is it clear? Why answer is D? Fundamental means that you simply cannot work without it. He never said anything of that sort. He never said that this is fundamental. It's very important. He never said that. He said it's common. That's it. Okay. Coming to the last two questions for today, question number 19 and 20. 19 says, the English novelist William Thackeray considered the cult of the criminals so dangerous that he criticized Dickens' Oliver Twist for making the characters in the thief's kitchen so daft. Now, this guy, William Thackeray, he believes that criminals are so dangerous that he criticized Dickens' Oliver Twist. Why has he criticized Dickens' Oliver Twist? Because Oliver Twist is probably making the characters in the thief's kitchen look so good. And whereas the author believes, whereas William Thackeray believes that criminals are very dangerous. If he believes criminals are dangerous, that means in Oliver Twist, criminals must probably be they are being shown as being very good. Okay, they are being shown as good. We need a positive word here. Only when you do something contrary to my belief, I'm going to criticize you, isn't it? So William Thackeray must have criticized Dickens because Dickens must have shown criminal as good, as nice people. Whereas William Thackeray himself believed that criminals are dangerous. You need a positive word there. From the options, which word is positive? Only one word is positive, and that is riveting. Riveting means very interesting. If something is riveting, it is very interesting. So Dickens has made the characters so interesting, whereas William Thackeray believes that criminals are so dangerous. And that is why he criticized Dickens. Did you understand? 19? Yes? Okay. The last one for today, number 20. Unenlightened authoritarian managers rarely recognize a crucial reason for the low levels of serious conflict among members of democratically run work groups. A modicum of tolerance for dissent often prevents that. So those managers who act like dictators, the managers who work like dictators and they don't have knowledge, they don't know. These managers, they don't know. They don't recognize that there is a very, very crucial reason why there are low levels of serious conflict in democratically run work groups. There is a very important reason, crucial reason. This is the appositional phase. This is the appositional phase. Okay? Then he tells you that if you show a modicum of tolerance, modicum means a small amount. Modicum means a small amount of something good. A small amount of something good. So if you show a small amount of tolerance for dissent, if you tolerate slight dissents, small disagreements, it is going to prevent serious conflicts. This is the reason. This is the reason why in democracies you don't normally find serious conflicts. Yes, there can be small disagreements, but you never find serious conflicts. This is the reason. The crucial reason is that you have low levels of serious conflict in democracy because if you tolerate slight disagreements, it is not going to boil, it is not going to lead to serious conflicts. People will be able to vent their disagreements. We need a word there in the blank which means serious conflict. The word that is closest to serious conflict is schism. Schism is serious conflict. Demur means to hesitate. If you demur, you hesitate. You are unwilling. You are unwilling to do something. Okay? Schism means there is a disagreement. There is a conflict. If there is schism, there is disagreement. There is conflict. So answer for this question is schism. For question number 20. Please take a look. If there is anything you did not understand, ask. Anybody has any problem in any of the questions from 1 to 20? Please tell me. Okay. So I think some fill in the blanks questions have been uploaded online. Okay, you can try to practice. Whenever we meet next weekend, we will continue with our vocabulary practice. We will take up some other session, or probably we'll continue with fill in the blanks. But we'll primarily focus on vocabulary on the weekends. Okay. Okay. So if there are no queries, then that's it for today. You can log off if you would like to log off. Okay. And I'll see you next time. Schedule for the next week will be uploaded by tonight or tomorrow morning, and accordingly we are going to meet. If you have any queries, then yes, I can help you. Randhir, what are you saying? You are saying where can I find last week recorded lecture? Okay, you asked sir, but he told you it will be uploaded in WhatsApp group, but you could not find it. You are not an alphanumeric student means? If you're not a student, then how are you here? Randhir? Okay, Nitin sir shares on Facebook. Okay. Okay. Uh, I think only students who are alphanumeric, who are from alphanumeric, they get access to these recordings. But he may have made some exception for the vocabulary session. Actually, I am not authorized to give you the the recording, so you will have to contact him. Okay. Okay. Take care. Good morning. Am I audible to all of you? Please check. Yes. Okay. So I have already sent a message to people who have joined through a mobile device that when I give you practice questions, you will not be able to navigate. So if it is possible, can you switch to a laptop or a desktop? If it's possible. Okay, we'll be taking up fill in the blanks. We have already um, taken two sessions on fill in the blanks, and this is the third session. We'll see how exactly we can work with words and what kind of questions we can expect. I will solve 5 questions with you so that you understand how it's done, and then I'll give you some work to do. Okay. This question has only one blank. Okay, this question has only one blank. It says, although Simpson was ingenious at dash to appear innovative and spontaneous, beneath the rule, he remained uninspired and rigid in his approach to problem solving. Now, the keywords over here are although. Okay, although X, although X, this is the first part. Beneath the rule means the reality is, beneath the rule means this is the reality. Okay, the reality is that although dash, the reality is that this guy, Simpson, he is uninspired. He is very rigid in his approach to problem solving. That is the reality. So the reality is that he is uninspired and rigid. That means that he is. It seems that he's trying to appear. He's trying to appear innovative and spontaneous. Okay, so because of the word although, it means that the reality is that he's uninspired and rigid, but he makes a pretension, or he tries to appear very innovative and spontaneous. That is what Simpson does. So for the blank, we need a word something like he tries very hard to appear innovative and spontaneous. He is ingenious. He is ingenious at trying to appear innovative and spontaneous. What is the meaning of the word ingenious? If somebody is ingenious, that means that person is innovative. They know very nice ways, good ways in which you can solve problems. They're very clever. So they're imaginative. Yes, they're imaginative. They're innovative. It's a very positive word. It's a very positive word. So Simpson, Simpson, as far as trying to appear innovative and spontaneous is concerned, he was ingenious. He knew a lot of ways in which he could, give the impression of being innovative and spontaneous. But the reality is that he is uninspired and he is rigid in his approach to problem solving. So we need a word in the blank over here, which means that he's trying to appear. Okay, intending means that is his intention. He intends to appear innovative. That can work. That can work, but we'll let us take a look at other options also. Contriving. What is the meaning of contriving? What is the meaning of contriving? Contriving means you are trying very hard. Contriving means to try hard. Okay, you try hard. Intending means, what is the meaning of intending? You intend, you want to do something. Okay, you want to do something. When you intend to do something, that means you want to do something. Forbearing. If somebody is forbearing, that means that person is showing patience. Okay, forbearing means showing patience. So I don't think we need a word like forbearing. I don't think we need a word like declining. I don't think we need a word like deserving. So over here, can I say that he's ingenious at intending to appear innovative? That means he's very clever in intending to appear innovative. Does not make sense. He's ingenious in, because what is the ingenious at? He is ingenious at trying very hard to appear innovative and spontaneous. Answer for this question should be contriving. Okay, answer for this question should be contriving. Even though intending is kind of all right, it is not absolutely wrong, but I can't say that you are very ingenious at intending to appear innovative. That is not logically correct. So if you are contriving, you are trying very hard to do something. In fact, there are other words also that are related to contriving. For example, there's an expression called contrived. It becomes an adjective. If something is contrived, that means it is artificial. It is not genuine. It's fake. Contrived. Okay. So there are two meanings of contrive. One, contrive means you try very hard. You compete, you struggle, you try very hard. You contrive. The second meaning of contrived is artificial. If you say something is contrived, that means it is not genuine. It's fake. For example, somebody is crying, and you don't think that that person is really emotional. So what will you say to that person? Your tears are contrived tears, artificial. Sometimes you don't want to smile, but you still smile. So you will have contrived smile on your face, an artificial smile on your face. Okay. So the word contriving is going to be the answer for question number one. And I've told you one meaning of contrive is to try very hard. Okay. To struggle, to compete, to try very hard. And the second meaning of contrived is artificial. If you say something is contrived, it is artificial, it is pretended. It's not genuine. Please check. Question number one, answer is B. Anybody has any issue? Okay, number two. Question number two, what does it tell us? Literature is inevitably a dash rather than dash medium for the simple reason that writers interpose their own vision between the reader and reality. Okay, so I think these two expressions, because he has used the word rather than, these two expressions X and Y, they are going to be antonyms. Okay, they're going to be antonyms. Rather than X, it's Y. Okay, now he's giving you the reason why it is X rather than Y. Why is it X? The reason is that writers interpose their own vision between the reader and reality. This portion, this portion is the appositional phrase. It is the appositional phrase. Okay, appositional phrase means it is that part in the sentence that tells you what kind of a word is going to come in the blank. It is the appositional phrase. It actually describes in detail the kind of word that you need in the blank. Okay, so the reason literature is X and not Y is that writers interpose their own vision between the reader and reality. So if you are a person, okay, if you don't show people reality as it is, if you interpose your own vision means you don't show readers the reality. You bring in your own thoughts. Okay, you bring in your own thoughts. You don't show them the reality as it is. You interpose your own vision. So, can literature be a transparent medium if you are bringing in your own vision? That's not possible. That's not possible. How are you being transparent? You will only be transparent if you show readers reality as it is. If you bring in your views, then can it be transparent? No. So people who mark B, B is not the answer. If you interpose your own vision, that means instead of being neutral, you are distorting the truth. Okay? You are not being neutral. Rather than being neutral, what you are doing is you are distorting the truth. You are twisting and turning the truth. You are not showing things as they are. So, answer for this question should be A and not B. Answer for this question is A. Literature is nothing but a distorting and not a neutral medium. Why he's saying this? Why is literature a distorting medium? The reason is that writers, they interpose their own vision between the reader and reality. So they don't show the readers the reality as it is. They distort it. And that is why answer for this question is A. Okay. Now, if you look at other options, there is no reason why literature is colorful. The appositional phrase, if we pay attention to the appositional phrase, it never tells us that literature is colorful or whether it is dull and boring, drab. It just tells us that people who write literature, the writers, they bring in their own views in between the reader and reality. Similarly, similarly, flawless and flexible, these are actually positive expressions. In the first blank, we actually need a negative word. Okay? So if I'm saying literature is flawless, it is not an inexact medium. He actually never says that literature is flawless. In fact, he's trying to tell us that literature is not flawless. Okay? So answer for this question is number A. Did you understand? Anybody has any doubt here in question number 2? Number 3. Question number 3, he says, to have true disciples, a thinker must not be too dash. Any effective intellectual leader depends on the ability of other people to dash thought processes that did not originate with them. Okay. Now, if you look at the statement, whenever I've told you earlier also, whenever you see a colon or a semicolon or a hyphen, then normally what happens? This sentence is divided into two parts. Okay, this sentence is divided into two parts. The part that comes before this symbol and the part that comes after this symbol. Normally, both these parts, A and B, they will be talking about the same thing but in two different ways. They will say the same thing but in two different ways. Okay, so let us understand how we can solve this problem. He says, if you want true disciples, if you are a thinker and you want followers, if you want followers, if you want disciples, you must not be too dash. What is this? We don't know. You must not be too dash. We don't know. He says, any effective intellectual leader depends on the ability of other people to dash thought processes that did not originate with them. Okay. So if you want to be a leader, then you should pay attention to the fact that your people, other people should be able to understand what you are doing. Other people should be able to understand, other people should be able to do those things that did not originate with them. So your followers should be able to follow you, they should be able to do what you are doing, and they should be able to think in the way you think. And these are not the thoughts of the people, these are the thoughts of the leader. So if people are not able to follow, or they are not able to do what the leader does, then these people are not going to follow that person. That is why, Hema, you have marked number C as the answer. Okay. So a thinker must never do anything which other people cannot follow. This means that a thinker must not do anything which other people cannot follow. If I do something which other people cannot do, then I will have no followers, because my having followers depends on the ability of other people to, imitate. Over here, we need a word like imitate. If the people can imitate those things, those thought processes that did not originate with them means these thought processes are not their thought processes. These are the thought processes of the leader. If they cannot imitate, if they cannot copy, if they cannot follow the thought processes, then they are not going to follow a particular leader. Did you understand? So a thinker must never do anything which other people cannot follow. Now let us look at options for the first blank. If a thinker, if a should a think can I say a thinker must not be too popular? A thinker must not be too methodical. A thinker must not be too self-confident or pragmatic or idiosyncratic. What kind of word we need in the first blank? In the first blank, we need a word which says that a thinker must not do anything which other people cannot follow. That means he must not be too, if he is methodical, he must not be too methodical. Okay? He must not be too methodical. Can I say a thinker must not be too methodical? In fact, if a thinker is methodical, then People will they will very easily be able to follow that person, because if you are methodical, then you do things in a particular way. It is structured. If it is structured, people can very easily follow you. So it will be wrong to say that a thinker must not be too methodical. In fact, a thinker should be methodical. The more methodical he is, the more number of followers he's going to have. Because if he's methodical, then he is going to do things in a very structured way. There's a method to doing things, and people will be very easily able to copy this method. So number B is not going to work. What do you think? Number C, yes, looks like number C. Uh, if a thinker wants disciples, the thinker must not be too idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic means what? What is the meaning of idiosyncratic? Idiosyncrasy. What is idiosyncrasy? Idiosyncrasy is peculiarity. Okay? Idiosyncrasy is peculiarity. Is there any problem with the voice? Okay. Hima, I think there is some issue at your end. There is some issue at your end. Please check. Idiosyncrasy means peculiarity. You have a unique you have a unique kind of behavior. Okay, you have a unique kind of behavior which other people normally do not have. That is called idiosyncrasy. Jatin, you actually make it sound so positive. A person who has extraordinary qualities. You are trying to convert it into very positive expression. But idiosyncrasy can be negative also. Okay, you have a peculiarity, you have a unique kind of behavior which normally other people do not have. That is called idiosyncrasy. Yes, it is more like a characteristic. Absolutely. Now it can be both positive and negative. Okay, it can be both positive and negative. For example, for example, some people have the idiosyncrasy of getting a high, after seeing blood. When they see blood, they become excited. They become excited. They become very excited, very happy. That is idiosyncrasy. And then there are some people who actually have to wash their hands every 20 minutes. That is also idiosyncrasy. It is kind of OCD, kind of OCD. So washing your hand every 20 minutes is also idiosyncrasy. Some people have the idiosyncrasy of, checking whether they have locked the gates or not 20 times. They have locked the gate, but they will check it 20 times to feel secure. That is idiosyncrasy. So it is a peculiarity. It's a unique kind of behavior that is not normally found. For example, the biggest example of idiosyncrasy is that is Bappi Lahiri. When I say Bappi Lahiri, what comes to your mind? When I say Bappi Lahiri, what comes to your mind? A walking, talking jewelry showroom, isn't it? A walking, talking. He is laden with gold from head to toe. That is his idiosyncrasy. Wearing so much gold is his idiosyncrasy. You don't normally find people behaving in such a way. In fact, when we go out, we try not to show off our gold, isn't it? So that is his idiosyncrasy. There can be so many examples. So many examples. For example, that there are some people when they change clothes, they talk to themselves. Okay, while they are changing their clothes, they talk to themselves. That is also an idiosyncrasy. So different people have different idiosyncrasies. In fact, there is not one single human on this planet who does not have an idiosyncrasy. Whether we like to share it or not, but every single human being has some or the other idiosyncrasy. Okay, so idiosyncrasy is your peculiar kind of behavior, which is not normally shown by other people. It can be both positive as well as negative. Now let's come back to the question. It says, if you want to have true disciples, a thinker must not be too idiosyncratic. That means if a thinker is being idiosyncratic, he is behaving in a way which is kind of unique. If he is doing something which is unique, will other people be able to follow him? No. For example, the leader is a magician. The thinker is a magician. He can make himself vanish. That is his idiosyncrasy, that he can make himself vanish. Now, will such a person according to this fill in the blank question, will such a person have many followers? No, because other people, they will not be able to vanish themselves. They don't know how to vanish themselves. So, if other people are not able to reenact thought processes that did not originate with them, then these other people, they are not going to follow the leader. And that is why, if you want followers, then you should not be too idiosyncratic. You should not do anything which is a unique kind of behavior which cannot easily be done by other people. Answer for this question is going to be C. Please check. Can we say this case as apposition phrase? Yes, it is an apposition phrase. The second part is an apposition phrase for the first part, Ranjit. The second part is the apposition phrase for the first part, even though the second part is not complete. But it gives you an indication. Anybody has any doubt here? Question number 4. Ability to dash is the test of the perceptive historian. A history, after all, consists not only of what the historian has included, but also in some sense of what has been left out. Now, here you see a big apposition phrase. This is nothing but an apposition phrase. What is an apposition phrase? Apposition phrase is the part of the sentence that is complete, and it gives you hint about the kind of word that you're going to see in the blank. It is kind of a code. You crack the code and you know what kind of word is going to come in the blank. So he tells you that a history consists not only of what the historian has included, but also in some sense of what has been left out. Okay, history includes even those things that are included, even those things that are excluded. So what does the historian do? What does the historian do? Historian, he must be making a choice what to keep and what to leave out, isn't it? Yes. So ability to select, how well he selects, how well he chooses things to include or exclude from history is the test of whether he is perceptive or not. So ability to select is the test of the perceptive historian. Why? Why are we saying this? Because history includes even those things that are included and those things also that have been left out. So the historian has to make a choice. Historian has to make a choice what to include and what to exclude. How well he makes his choice is the test whether he is perceptive or not. So yes, number B is going to be the answer for question number 4. Tell me if you have doubt. If you did not understand, ask. Confer. Confer means to give. Confer means to give. The prize was conferred on you. The award was conferred on you. That means you were given the prize. You were given the award. Okay. So the historians have to make a choice. They have to make a choice what to include and what not to include. How well they make a choice. How well they make a choice, that is the test whether they are perceptive or not perceptive. So the closest word to choice is select. Number 5. Question number 5. In many science fiction films, the opposition of good and evil is portrayed as a dash between technology, which is dash, and the errant will of a depraved intellectual. So in many science fiction films, what happens? The opposition of good and evil. How is it portrayed? it is portrayed as something like fight. It's a fight. It's a fight between technology which is good and technology which is bad. This is the negative thing, bad. So in many science fiction films, the opposition of good and evil, how is it portrayed? It is portrayed as a fight between that technology which is and good and this part, the errant will of a depraved intellectual. This represents something that is bad. So for the second blank, we need a word like good. For the first blank, we need a word like fight. Opposition of fight. Okay? So struggle will work, conflict will work. For the first blank, struggle and conflict will work. But for the second blank, we need a good word. We don't need a negative word, dehumanizing. And that is why B is not going to work. Answer for this question is going to be D. Conflict and beneficent. Okay, did you understand? Question number 5. Depraved. Okay, depraved. Depraved means if somebody is depraved, that person is immoral. Depraved means immoral, showing no morality. Okay, taking up things that are bad, that are not right. That is depraved. Okay, how you feel fight here? Okay, because of the word opposition. Because of the word opposition, the opposition of good and evil. So whatever opposition exists between good and evil, how is it portrayed? It is portrayed as a opposition. Instead of the word fight, I can use the word opposition also. It will mean the same. Opposition and fight will mean the same. They show you that there is a fight between that technology which is good and that thing which is bad. So it's a fight between good and bad. It's a struggle or opposition between good or bad. It's a conflict between good and bad. Okay. Okay. Would you like to solve some questions on your own? 5 questions. Okay. Okay. Let me just give you the navigation rights. Please try to solve question number 6 to question number 10. From question number 6 to question number 10, please try to solve. I'll give you around 10 minutes. Audio and recording will be mute. Start. Okay. I think we should discuss this. Number 6. Question number 6. What did it tell us? One virus strain that may help gene therapists cure genetic brain diseases can enter the peripheral nervous system and travel to the brain. Okay, so there is a virus strain, and this virus strain it can cure genetic brain diseases. This virus strain it can enter the nervous system, and from there it can travel to the brain. This portion is actually the appositional phase. This is the appositional phase. So if this is the case, if it can from through the nervous system, it can travel to the brain. It says dash the need to inject the therapeutic virus directly into the brain. So if something can enter the brain through the nervous system, do you now need to inject this virus directly into the brain? There is no need. Okay, so there is no need. There is no need to inject the virus directly into the brain. Why? Because this same virus, it can through the nervous system, it can travel to your brain and it can cure the genetic brain diseases. So we need a word over here which means there is no need. It will finish the need to inject the therapeutic virus directly into the brain. So it cannot be elucidating. Elucidating means explaining in detail. If something is elucidating, it is explaining in detail. So this is not going to work. We need a word here which means there is no need. There is no need now to inject the virus directly into the brain. Answer is going to be obviating. Obviating means what is the meaning of obviating? What is the meaning of obviating? Obviate means to finish the need, to make it unnecessary. Yes, to make something unnecessary. To make something unnecessary. Obviating. To finish the need for something. Deviating is something else. Deviating means digressing. You are you have left the objective and you are traveling on another path. That is deviating. Over here, we don't need a word like deviating. We want to say that there is now no need to inject this virus directly into the brain because through the nervous system, this virus can travel to the brain and it can cure brain diseases. So, what is the point? Why do you want to inject it directly into the brain? Okay. So, obviate means to make something unnecessary. Can we eliminate A, B, and C? Because they all have same meaning. No, they don't have the same meaning. Elucidating means explaining in detail. Intensifying means increase in intensity. Suggesting means you are trying to mention something. You are suggesting. So they don't mean the same, right? The word is obviate. Obviate. For example, let us say you were planning to buy a four-wheeler because there was no metro connectivity near your house. Now, after the metro has come, what will you say? Because of the metro has obviated the need to purchase four-wheeler. Because of the metro, there is no need to purchase the four-wheeler because you can use the metro to commute. Similarly, if you have eaten your lunch or dinner outside in a restaurant, it obviates the need to cook food back home. There is no need to cook food back home because you've already had a food. So obviate means to make something unnecessary. Absolutely. Question number 6, answer is E. If you have any doubt, please stop me, okay? Number 7, the legislators of 1563 realized the dash of trying to regulate the flow of labor without securing its reasonable remuneration. And so, the second part of the statute dealt with establishing wages. This is important. And that is why the second part of the law, in the second part of the law, what did it do? They established wages. Because of the word and, it means whatever is said here, the same thing is happening before this also. So why are they establishing wages in the second part of the law? Because they must have realized that if you try to regulate the labor without securing its remuneration, that means without establishing its wages, it is going to be useless. It is going to be useless. It is not going to work. They must have realized, the lawmakers must have realized that it is not going to work if you try to regulate the flow of labor and you don't establish the wages. That is not going to work. And that is why in the second part of the law, they established wages. Yes, answer for this question should be A. It's not intricacy. The lawmakers must have realized the futility, uselessness, okay? They must have realized the futility of trying to regulate the flow of labor without establishing its wages. They must have thought that yes, it's useless. It's useless. We are trying to regulate the flow of labor, but we are not establishing the wages, and that is why in the second part of the law they established the wages. Answer should be futility. What is decadence? What is the meaning of decadence? Anyone? Degradation. Okay, degradation in what? Degrad Degradation in moral standards, in values, yes. Degradation in moral values, that is decadence, right? Mental, it is not so much mental, it is more moral. Decadence. Decadence in Indian society, that means there is degradation in our moral values. It is not so much mental, it is more moral. Absolutely. Number D, decadence means degradation. And answer for this question is A, futility. Number 8, in the 17th century, direct flouting of a generally accepted system of values was regarded as dash, even as a sign of madness. Even as a sign of madness. Now, this is a higher degree. Normally, it was regarded as X, but sometimes it was also regarded as madness. This means that the X, the word that you need, is going to be 1 degree less than madness. It should be a word which is very close to madness, even though it does not mean madness. It should be 1 degree less than madness. Okay? 1 degree less than madness. So, which word is 1 degree less than madness? It is irrational. Irrational. If you are behaving in an irrational way, that means what? It's kind of madness, even though it's not complete madness, but you are not behaving in a reasonable way. You are not showing mental health. It should be irrational. Answer cannot be the impermissible. Direct flouting of a generally accepted system of values was regarded as impermissible, even as a sign of madness. Now, even though logically and grammatically the word impermissible is going to fit this blank, but we need a word here which is 1 degree less than madness, 1 degree lower than madness, because he's actually saying that you you sometimes they are going to beat. Normally they beat you. Sometimes they can even kill you. So beating is 1 degree less than killing. Beating is 1 degree less than killing. Okay. Okay. Now, why not be? Because frivolous means it is joking, non-serious. If you're being frivolous, you are joking. You are being non-serious. Do we need a word like non-serious? No. If you are frivolous, you a joker is frivolous. That does not mean that that person is showing strains of madness. Being frivolous does not mean that you are showing strains of madness. But if you are irrational, that means you are not behaving in a rational or reasonable way. That is that is a sign that you will slowly and steadily you are moving towards madness. Okay, so that is why E is the answer and not B. Willful. If you do something willfully, that means you do it deliberately. You do something deliberately, or you act in a very stubborn way. Willful. These are two meanings. So for question number 8, answer is going to be irrational. Please check. Anybody has doubt till now? Any of the questions? 9. The proponents of recombinant DNA research. Proponents mean supporters. Okay, proponents are opposite of opponents. So proponents are supporters. The proponents of recombinant DNA research have decided to dash federal regulation of their work. Then you have the apposition phrase over here. They hope that by making this compromise, okay, so that means these guys are compromising, they're making a compromise. What do they want to achieve with this compromise? They hope that by making this compromise, they can forestall proposed state and local controls that might be even stiffer. Forestall means to stop. They hope that if they don't make this compromise, then The state and the local governments, they can impose controls on them that can be even stiffer. So in order to stop these controls, in order to stop all these controls being imposed on them, these guys, they must have decided to dash federal regulation of their work. That means they must have decided to allow. The word over here that we need is something like allow. They must have decided to allow federal regulation of their work. Okay? They are ready to be regulated. They are ready to be regulated. Instead of working under very stiff controls, it's better that they allow regulation of their work. We need a word like regulation. Institute. Institute does not mean allow. Institute means, what is the meaning of institute? Institute means to create something new, to start something new, to create something new, to start something new. So no, number B is not going to work over here. Answer for this question is encourage. And plus logically, how will the people who are doing DNA research, how will they, can they institute federal regulation? They cannot institute federal regulation. That is not logically also correct. The federal regulation has to be instituted by the federal authorities. The researchers cannot institute. They cannot create federal regulation. That is why B will not work logically also. Answer should be number D. Okay. Which all of you know what is the meaning of forestall? Forestall means to stop beforehand. Forestall means to stop beforehand. You try you prevent something from happening. That is forestall. So for question number 9, answer is D. Number 10. It is ironic that a critic of such overwhelming vanity now suffers from the measure of the oblivion to which he was forever dash others. In the end, all his dash has only worked against him. Very nice question. Okay. It is ironic, means it's very strange. It's very strange. It's very strange that this critic who showed overwhelming vanity, that means he had too much pride. He was haughty. Okay. He had too much pride. This guy who was very proud, he was haughty. He had a lot of hubris. There are so many words, he had a lot of hubris. This critic, it's very ironic. I mean, it's very strange that he now suffers from the same thing that he did to others. He now suffers from the measure of the oblivion to which he was forever dash others. So what kind of word is going to come in the blank will depend on whether you know the meaning of the word oblivion or not. What is the meaning of oblivion? Oblivion is a state. It is a state of unawareness. It is a state of unawareness. You are living in a state where you are not aware of anything. Oblivion. If you are living in oblivion, that means it's a state of unawareness. Okay. Or if something is in oblivion, that means it is in a state of unawareness. People don't know about it. So what does this critic do? What did this critic do? The critic, he was forever, you know, he was forever, whenever he would critically evaluate other people's books, he would he would do it in such a way, he would actually say so many bad things about that book, that book was forever sent to oblivion. I need a word over here like sent. That book was forever sent. uh, it was actually sent to a state of unawareness. It was sent to a state of unawareness means it it actually went to a situation where people forgot about that book. That book vanished. Nobody read that book. Okay, nobody read that book. That book vanished. Why? Because of this critic. This critic, he must have he must have criticized that book in such a stringent way. He must have been so critical that people actually forgot about this book. People said that, okay, we are not going to read this book. Let's forget about this reader. So the book actually went into the state of oblivion. It was forever sent. And this is what he used to do to others. And it is very ironic. It is very ironic that he now suffers from the same thing. He has now written a book, and what he is doing to others, the same thing is happening with him. And all this is happening because of his dash. Because of his what? Because of his vanity. Because of his pride. Because of his vanity. Because he had a lot of vanity. That is why he treated others' books as very inferior. He criticized others' books. He was he always tried to send other books to a state of oblivion. And now the same thing is happening to him. That is what is ironic. And all this that is happening to him is because of his vanity. Because he has shown so much vanity, that means other people are criticizing his book in such a way that his book also now disappears from the scene. People forget about this book. This book is now floating in the vacuum. Nobody is unaware of his writings. That is the kind of words that we need. We know for certain that for the second blank we need a word like vanity, pride. Okay, pride and vanity. What is that word? For the second blank, from these expressions: self-procession, self-righteousness, self-adulation, self-sacrifice, and self-analysis. Which word means vanity? Too much pride. That is C. Yes, self-adulation. And for the first blank, it is consigning. Consigning means send. What is the meaning of consigning? Consi- Consigning means send. Answer for this question is going to be C. So it is very strange that this critic, because of his vanity, because of his pride, because of his arrogance, because of his hubris and haughtiness, whatever he was doing to others, the same thing is now happening to him. What did he do to others? He would be so he would criticize the books in such a manner that these books were forever sent to a state of oblivion. He was forever sending others. He was forever sending others to a state of oblivion, and now the same thing is happening to him. That is why answer for this question is C. Please check. Please check and let me know if you do not understand. There are other words here also. Other words are here like relegating. Do you know what is relegating? What is the meaning of relegating? Relegating means demoting. When you relegate, you demote. Okay, it is the antonym of promote, relegate, to give somebody an inferior position. Please check and let me know if there is anything you do not understand. Self adulation, how does it work? Self adulation means vanity. Adulate means what? You admire, you love. If you are showing adulation, you are showing too much admiration and love towards somebody. But this is self adulation. Self adulation means you love yourself too much. That is vanity. Vanity means pride. Okay. Okay. The meaning of adulation, when you adulate somebody, if you're showing adulation, you are showing extreme level of admiration. For example, in India, we show adulation for our film stars and cricketers. We neglect hockey players. Adulation does not mean flattery. Adulation means extreme admiration, higher degree of admiration. That is adulation. Okay. So if now you are showing self adulation, self adulation means You are admiring yourself too much. Extreme admiration of yourself. And such a person who is showing extreme admiration for himself or herself, that's these kind of people will be egoistic. They will show vanity. People who are humble are not going to show vanity. Okay, is it clear? So should we take up five more questions? We have a lot of time, so let's take up five more practice questions over here. Can you try to solve question number 11 to 15? 11 to 15, I'll give you 10 minutes. Please start. Are we done? Should we discuss? Question number 11. Again, he's saying it is puzzling. Puzzling and ironic mean the same. It is puzzling to observe that Jones's novel has recently been criticized for its dash structure. Why is it puzzling? Since commentators have traditionally argued that its most obvious dash is its relentlessly rigid, indeed schematic framework. So commentators, they have traditionally argued, they've always said that the most obvious problem, over here we need a word like problem. The most obvious problem in the structure is that this structure is relentlessly rigid, indeed schematic. Framework is nothing but structure. So that the commentators, they have traditionally, that means they have always said that the problem is that Jones's novel, it always has relentlessly rigid, indeed schematic framework. Why do I need a negative word here? Because he's using negative expressions like relentlessly rigid, which is a negative expression. So commentators, they have always been saying, they have been saying that the biggest problem in the novels of the biggest problem in Jones's novels is that the structure that Jones create, that structure is very rigid. So they have always said that this is a huge problem. This is a big problem. So we need a word like problem. Now it is puzzling because recently, when Jones has written a novel, and in this novel, the structure is loose. The structure is loose. There is no fixed structure. There is no rigid structure. When there is no rigidity in the structure, when the structure is loose, then also you are criticizing. That is what is puzzling. When Jones wrote in a way where in which the structure was very rigid, then you criticize Jones for actually creating a structure that is very rigid. And now when Jones has written a novel and used the structure that is loose or not rigid, then also you're criticizing. That is why it's puzzling. So what should Jones do? When he keeps the structure rigid, then you criticize. When he keeps the structure loose, then you criticize. So this is the kind of words that we need. Okay. Answer, yes. Answer should be number E. Lack of and flaw. When there is lack of structure, when there is no rigidity, when the structure is loose, then also you criticize. And when it is rigid, then also you criticize. That is very puzzling. That is a big problem. So for question number 11, answer should be E. Number 12. Few of us, few of us take the pains to study our cherished convictions. Indeed, we almost have a natural dash doing so. Few of us means almost no one. Almost no one. Okay. Few of us means almost nobody. Almost nobody wants to study the cherished convictions. We have beliefs, but we don't want to study our beliefs. We don't want to study our beliefs. Nobody wants to study his or her beliefs. We all have beliefs. Indeed, indeed means in fact. It's a support sign. It's a support sign means whatever is said before the word indeed and whatever is going to be said after the word indeed, they're going to be in the same vein. So before indeed, he told us that nobody wants to study his or her beliefs. In fact, we human beings, we almost have a natural dash doing so. That means we have a natural dislike. We don't want to do it. We don't want to study. We don't want to study our beliefs. We want to have beliefs, but we don't want to study our beliefs. We have a natural dislike for doing so. Okay? So, dislike, the word dislike, the closest to the word dislike is going to be repugnance. We have a natural repugnance to doing so. We don't like to study it. Nobody wants to study it. In fact, we don't like to study it. Repugnance would be the answer. Ignorance is not right. Ignorance means we don't know how to study. We don't know how to study our beliefs. So you are converting this statement into a very positive statement. It is not a positive statement. He is actually saying that we don't take the pains. We don't want to go through the pains to study our beliefs. We don't want to take the pains. We don't want to study it. So it's a negative expression. Ignorance of means we don't know how to study it. That's not true. Okay. That is why answer for this question will be repugnance. Did you understand? Anybody has any doubt here? Okay. Number 13. Documenting sciences dash philosophy would be dash. Okay. Now this is the appositional phrase. Since it is almost axiomatic, it is axiomatic that many philosophers use scientific concepts as the foundations for their speculations. If something is axiomatic, axiomatic means it is too obvious. It is too obvious. It does not require proof. Okay? It does not require proof. It is unquestionable. Yes, it is unquestionable. It's too obvious. It is unquestionable. It is fundamental. Absolutely. If something is axiomatic, it's too obvious. It does not require any proof. It is unquestionable. Now, what is unquestionable? Philosophers, philosophers, they use scientific concepts as the foundations for the speculations. That means philosophers use science as a foundation. This is something which is unquestionable. It's too obvious. So, if you are trying to document sciences dash philosophy, if you are trying to document sciences, role in philosophy, it is going to be useless. It is not required. What is science's role in philosophy? If you're trying to document it, it is going to be useless. Why it is going to be useless? Because what is there to prove? It's axiomatic. Okay, there is nothing to prove. It is axiomatic. It's unquestionable. So yes, I think the answer for this question looks good. B looks good. If you're trying to document science's influence on philosophy, it is going to be superfluous. There is no need. Why there's no need? Because it is axiomatic that philosophers use scientific concepts as the foundation for the speculation. So the philosophy, the very foundation of philosophy is based on science. The very foundation of philosophy is based on science. Okay. Number C will not work. Documenting science's reliance on philosophy. This is the other way around. Science relies on philosophy or philosophy relies on science. Rohan. According to the appositional phrase, philosophy relies on science. Philosophy takes scientific concepts as the foundation. But if I select number C as the answer, that means That is why it is inappropriate. Yes. What? Documenting science's reliance on philosophy would be inappropriate. Okay. It will be inappropriate because it is almost axiomatic. No, no, Rohan, you are only looking at it logically and grammatically. When he is using the expression axiomatic, axiomatic means what? Axiomatic means there is no need to prove it. So you need to use a word which matches axiomatic. It is superfluous. If something is axiomatic, trying to prove it is superfluous. So number C is not going to work. Okay. 14. If this is clear, let's come to question number 14. Without seeming unworldly, William James appeared wholly removed from the dashes of society, the conventionality of academe, ethos. Okay. No. If you actually pay attention to this, without seeming unworldly, without seeming unworldly means without seeming unworldly. That means he's not talking about things that are out of this world. He's not talking about things that are extraordinary. Unworldly. Unworldly means it is out of this world, extraordinary. So William James, he does not talk about things that are unworldly. Okay? Without seeming unworldly. He does not seem unworldly. He does not seem unworldly. William James appeared wholly removed from the dash of society. Now this is very important. He's using the word without. Without seeming unworldly. When you study him, it does not you don't get the feeling that he's talking about something which is extraordinary or out of this world. But the reality is that William James, he appeared wholly removed from the dash of society. From the society, he's wholly removed from the dash of society means from the representation of society, from the realities of societies. Even though it does not seem, even though he does not seem unworldly. When you read his book, you will get the feeling that he's talking about things that you would normally find everywhere in the world. So he does not seem unworldly, but the fact of the matter is that he is wholly removed from the realities of society. The realities, the word closest to reality is not paradoxes. It is not ethos. It is commonplaces. Answer is commonplaces. Commonplaces means of this world. It is worldly. Commonplaces means it is worldly. So he does not seem so. Even though it does not seem, William James tries not to give the impression that he's talking about something which is out of this world, but the reality is that he is wholly removed from the commonplaces of society. He is wholly removed from the things that are worldly. And things that are worldly, they are the conventionality of the academe. So academe means academic subjects. They study about things that you see in reality. But William James, he is wholly removed. He does not talk about things that are seen that are commonplace or that depict reality. He talks about things that are out of this world, even though it may not seem so. So answer for this question: ethos means your values. Ethos are your values, your mores, your values, your mores are ethos. Okay. Did you understand why for question number 14 answer is going to be E? Right? Commonplaces means it is worldly. He does not seem, he without seeming unworldly. So we need a word opposite. 15. Like many 18th century scholars who lived by cultivating those in power. Cultivating those in power means you develop relationships with those people who are powerful. And just like many other 18th century scholars who lived by cultivating those in power, Winckelmann he neglected to neutralize by some dash gesture of comradeship the resentment his peers were bound to feel because of his dash the high and mighty. Now, what exactly is the relationship between Winckelmann and the people who are high and mighty? He's telling you, like many other scholars, Winckelmann also cultivated those in power. That means, as far as high and mighty are concerned, Winckelmann has some relationship. He's friendly with the people who are powerful. Okay, Winckelmann is friendly. He is friendly with those people who are high and mighty, who are very powerful. Now, because he's friendly with those people who are powerful, his peers, his peers, his colleagues, they resent him. They resent him. Why? Because he has relationships with the high and mighty. Okay, he has relationships with the high and mighty. Because of this, his peers they resent him. But Winckelmann he never tried to neutralize this resentment. He never tried to neutralize his this resentment. He never tried to explain to his peers that listen, even though I may be involved with people who are powerful, that does not mean that I'm going to ignore you. So Winckelmann he never neutralized this resentment which his peers feels for which his peers felt for him. Okay. Now, how do you neutralize somebody's resentment? If somebody is angry with you, what do you do? If somebody is angry, what do you do? How do you try to neutralize the anger? You do something that is going to propitiate. The first word has to be propitiate. Propitiate means you reduce the intensity of somebody's anger. If you're trying to propitiate someone, you appease, you try to reduce the anger. So he actually neglected to neutralize. He never did anything that would reduce the resentment his peers felt for him because of his involvement with the high and mighty. Answer for this question should be number C. Propitiatory, what is propitiatory? Propitiatory means it is intended to reduce the anger of someone. Propitiatory. Okay? There are so many other words over here. Quixotic, quixotic, idealistic, but impractical. If something is quixotic, it is idealistic, okay, but not pragmatic. Salutary, if something is salutary, it has beneficial. It is beneficial. If something is salutary, it is beneficial. Unsane means not pretended. Not pretended. Unsane means not pretended. So what is propitiatory? For example, if you think that God is angry with you, there are so many incidents in your life that are turning out bad. You think that God is angry with you. You try to propitiate the gods. You try to appease the gods. You offer some sacrifice. You offer some prayers. So you try to propitiate the gods. So propitiate means to reduce the anger, reduce the resentment. Winckelmann he never neutralized the resentment. Okay, that is why for question number 15, answer is C. Please check and tell me if there is any doubt. Till now, is there any doubt here? Okay. And now I'll do 5 questions more with you and then we'll call it a day. We will do this together from question number 16 to question number 20. Number 16, what does it tell us? That his intransigence in making decisions, dash no open disagreements, from any quarter was well known. Thus, clever subordinates learned the art of dash their opinions in casual remarks. Clever subordinates, okay, whenever they wanted to express their opinions, what did they do? When they wanted to express their opinions, they would express their opinions not directly but through casual remarks. Why is that so? Why do they have to express their opinions in casual remarks? Because when he makes decisions, he shows intransigence, means stubbornness. He's very stubborn. He's very stubborn and he does not allow any kind of disagreement from any quarter. Any quarter means from anywhere. He will not tolerate. Okay? He does not tolerate any kind of disagreement. He's so stubborn that he does not want any kind of disagreement from anywhere. This is very well known. Everybody knows that he cannot tolerate. He can tolerate. He can tolerate no open disagreement from any quarter. This is very well known because he's very stubborn. And that is the reason why his subordinates were clever. They never directly tell him that these are our opinions. They always express their opinions in casual remarks. Answer is not engendered. Engendered means to give birth to something. So we don't need a word like engendered. He will tolerate no open disagreements. Answer is C. Brook. Okay. What is the meaning of brook? One brook means a small river. Brook is a small river. But if you will brook no in discipline, normally this word brook is used with a no. You will brook no, then something. I will brook no indiscipline means I will tolerate no indiscipline. Normally, when we use the word brook, we also use the word no. I will brook no latecomers means I will tolerate no latecomers. So the word brook actually means tolerate. One meaning is tolerate, another meaning for brook is a small river. He is so stubborn in making decisions that he brooks no open disagreement from any quarter. This is something which is well known. And that is why his subordinates, they learn the art of intimating. Intimate means to inform. Intimate means to inform. So if his friends, if his subordinates want to inform him about their views, they actually don't directly criticize his decisions. They inform it through casual remarks. Answer is going to be C. Did you understand for 16? You can check if there is any other option you think is right, ask. 17. Question number 17. Having no sense of moral obligation. Okay. So this guy has no sense of moral obligation. Because of that, Sipler was as little subject to the dash of conscience after he acted as he was motivated by its dash before he acted. So if you have no moral obligation, are you going to listen to your inner voice, the voice of conscience? No. Okay. Sipler was as little subject to the dash of conscience after he acted. So because he has no moral obligation, that means he will do things that are bad. Sipler has no moral obligation, that means he will always do things that are bad, that are immoral. Now, after he had acted, his conscience would scold him because he has done something wrong. But for normal human beings, when you do something wrong, your conscience will scold you. Okay, but because Sipler does not have any moral obligation, he was little subject to the scoldings of conscience. His conscience is scolding him, but after he has done something wrong, he is not listening to it. Similarly, before you do something, you are motivated by your conscience. Your conscience tells you before you act whether it is right or wrong. Okay, but as far as Stifler is concerned, he was never motivated by the voice of his conscience before he acted. So we need a word over here which means that the inner voice, is either scolding him to because he has done something wrong, or it is asking him to do something right, but he's not doing it. So the closest that we'll come to is, I think, number C, reproaches and promptings. Yes, reproaches means what? Scoldings. After he had done something wrong, his conscience would scold him, but he is not subject to that scolding because he has no moral obligation. Before he acted, he did not listen to the promptings of his conscience. His conscience is telling him to behave in a certain way, but he's not listening to it. His conscience prompts him to do X. He will not do it X. He'll go and do Y. That is why number C is the answer for question number 17. There are other words also. If you have qualms, you have doubts. If you have qualms, you have doubts. Atonement is penance. When you accept punishment for something bad that you have done. I think other words you already know. Is this clear? Question number 18. Coming to question number 18. The chances that a species will dash are reduced if any vital function is restricted to a single kind of organ. So if any vital function is performed, if it is restricted to a single kind of organ, then the chances that a species will survive, I need a word like this, the chances that a species will survive is going to reduce. Yes or no? It is going to reduce because that vital function is being performed by only one organ. So he says dash by itself possesses an enormous survival advantage. Okay, okay, I have already we have already taken this. Okay, 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 fine. It's possible. It's possible. So over here he's telling you that how exactly are you going to get survival advantage if the same function is performed by many organs. For example, pumping of the blood. Okay, if the pumping of the blood is done by only one organ, that is heart, it is done only by heart, then there's a huge risk. If your heart fails, then this function will not be performed and that species will die. But if pumping of the blood is done by heart also, kidney also, liver also, then what happens? There is huge survival advantage. If one fails, the other one is working. So there is an enormous survival advantage, isn't it? But what is happening? The same function is being performed by three or four organs. So there is a repetition. There's a repetition means there is a redundancy. So answer for this question is going to be E. Redundancy by itself possesses an enormous survival advantage. So even though a function is redundant, but it what the advantage is that it provides enormous survival advantage because the vital function is not restricted to one organ. Yes, number E is going to be the answer for question number 18. Okay, last two questions, 19 and 20. Let's take a look. The Gibsons were little given to dash in any form. Not one of them was afraid of dash. Afraid of what? of being and seeming unlike their neighbors. This is the appositional phrase. This is the appositional phrase. Okay. So when you are, and when you seem like unlike your neighbors, then how are you? You are very different. You are very different. Okay. You are unique. If you are very unlike your neighbors, that means you are very unique. You are peculiar. I think the word closest is singularity for the second blank. Singularity means you don't follow herd mentality. You are very different. You are unique. If you are unique, then you will be little given to conformism. Conformism means herd mentality. So number D is going to be the answer. The Gibsons were little given to conformism in any form. They never believed in conformism. They never believed in herd mentality. Not one of them was afraid of uniqueness or singularity. Why I'm saying singularity? Because of the apposition phrase. Singularity means you are and you seem unlike others. You're very different from other people. You're very different from other people. You actually don't believe in uniformity. Okay, so number D is going to be the answer for question number 19. Ostentation means show. Okay, if there is a lot of ostentation, there is a lot of show. This is 19. If this is clear, let's come to the last question for today, number 20. Have we taken these questions? I think number 20 also, I get the feeling that we have already discussed this. Okay. I will just check. Probably there's overlap of a few questions. Last three were discussed. Okay, I'll check. The dash with which the French aristocracy greeted the middle class Rousseau was all the more dash because he showed so little respect for them. Now, Rousseau, who is he? He is Rousseau. Rousseau showed so little respect for them. That means aristocracy. Rousseau showed so little respect for the aristocracy. Okay. Now he's saying Rousseau, who is a middle class guy, he showed so little respect for the aristocrats. But the respect, the respect with which the aristocracy greeted the middle class person Rousseau was very surprising. Why is it surprising? It is surprising because Rousseau, when it comes to Rousseau, he showed very little respect for them. We know that in the first blank, we need the word respect. In the first blank, we need the word respect. A respect with which the French aristocracy greeted the middle class Rousseau. The aristocrats, they are greeting a middle class person with respect. That is very surprising. And it's also surprising because this class guy, he does not give any kind of respect to the aristocrats. So we need a word like respect. The closest word to respect, I think, is A. Deference. It is surprising means it is remarkable. So answer for this question is going to be A. Please check. If there is anything you did not understand, ask. Anything you do not understand? Okay. So I think that's it for today. Okay, that's it for today. And whenever we meet next, we'll try to take up some other question type. I think we're done with fill in the blanks now. This much practice is sufficient. We will take up some other vocabulary practice exercise. Take care, all of you. Yes, Anupam, you wanted to say something? Kite reader, kite runner, Khalid Hussaini. Yes, 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 it's a good read. Yes. Okay, right. Take care, all of you. I'll see you next time.
Music